Hi. Hello, everybody. Maka maka. That's... It's the first day of August. Let's go. Hi. Hope everyone's doing well today. Well, okay. Da da da. Ta-da! So for those who are new, welcome. I'm Spacey Baltotelli. I'm a Gadgeteer Bat and a game developer. I am the producer of the Freedom Planet series, and we're finishing our Freedom Planet 2 playthrough today. But first, I require sustenance, so I have cooked some hush puppies, and I'm gonna eat those before we start. I don't really have an appetite today. I'm eating more not because I want to, but because I have to. Captain 3, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I figured I'd do the OG hairstyle today, since I've done it for the past couple of streams. They're called hush puppies. They're like these balls of dough, deep fried. I guess that's how I would describe them. Apparently they are called hush puppies because they were originally made in order to distract dogs at the dinner table back in the day. I can't remember how long ago, probably a few centuries. Which is kind of funny because the stuff that hush puppies are made of are not good for dogs to eat. Samuel is on the floor next to me. Paige, I believe, is looking out the living room window. Yummers. I'll put the teacup on. You love hush puppies? Nice. Wishing you a pleasant stream. Thank you, Anne. Bats do kind of look like dogs. Yeah, bats are basically sky puppies, aren't they? Yeah, bat cup. And if you pay attention, the wings flap on the bat cup. I think that's so cute. Eat. Go hush puppies. Oh, that was you, Lancelot? You did the YouTuber Wiki article on me? Oh, thank you so much. You're helping your roommates move, Elfie? I hope that goes well and that nobody stubs their toe or anything. Because moving heavy furniture around can be, Oh, Sleepy Mooney, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome. We're just doing a little chatty-batty before I continue my Freedom Planet 2 playthrough. But yeah, moving heavy furniture can be quite hazardous. Oh my goodness, good hush puppies. Oh, that's a good tip, Mike. Wearing steel-toed boots or shoes if you're moving. Yeah. Your model is really cute. Mooney, thank you so much. You flatter me. You're gonna leave soon too, Mighty? Oh, everybody's moving out today, huh? Also, I just realized that today, well, tonight is going to be the second supermoon of the year. Quite thematically appropriate, given that we are about to stop Merga. Let's see, yeah, in the past, when I have streamed, like, a lot, sometimes I forget to eat lunch. Oh, I used to forget to eat lunch. But I think sometime around my Shadow the Hedgehog playthrough, I was like, okay, I have to, even if I don't want to. Crunchies, yeah. anything I've been doing lately, kind of get, right. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is coming out this month, in 17 days. And it happens to land on a Friday, which is one of my usual streaming days. So I'm gonna play that day one. That's in like a couple weeks. I'm so excited. It looks so good. I also have to remember to get Jet Set Radio music for my game dev streams. Well. You haven't heard about my Cyberpunk build person? It is basically a spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio. Like, it's got the exact same cel-shaded art style, same kind of character design, and the same main composer of like the soundtrack. and what's cool from what I've seen is that you're not limited to just using roller skates to get around. You can use other types of gadgets, such as bicycles, for example, which I think is really a really cool twist on things. Hush puppies. I'm gonna play Jet Set Radio before. If I can figure out a way to get Jet Set Radio Future working on my PC, then yeah. Well, otherwise I'll just settle for playing the soundtrack during my streams. Luminous, welcome. We're having a chill chatty batty before we start, and I am forcing myself to eat. I think I might have made a little too much, but it's fine. Eat. Oh, you got Gravity Circuit? Awesome. Yeah, I hope you have fun with that. That reminds me. Thursday, I'm going to play my very first Mega Man fan game on stream. I've played fan games in the past, but like non-stream before, so I'm quite excited to kind of like share my thoughts about like the way that different developers approach the Mega Man formula. We just finished it. It was a lot of fun. I'm happy to hear that, Adelico. Alvinel! Dance! I hear somebody has a model debut soon. But yeah, we're talking about Bomb Rush Cyberpunk and how it's coming out this month in like 2 weeks. And it happens to land on a day that I'm usually streaming, so I can stream it day one. Yeah, Avanel has been a PNG tuber since he started streaming. So, but he's now has a live 2D model, and I can't wait to see it in motion. It looks really cute. This Friday is going to be pretty interesting too. I'm going to stream it on my usual time and play some F-Zero. But later that night, I have been invited to appear on a game show with my good friend Aki, also known as Orange is Orange. She runs like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style game show called it's called Dungeonaire. It has questions based exclusively around video games, so I'm quite excited. Yeah, it's really fun. You should check out her past streams of the game show sometime if you want to get a feel for how it works. Let me give a shout out real quick. Shout out Orange is Orange. Yeah. So I'm going to be on her stream on Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. I will do my best to stay up for it, but usually there's like an hour of chatting prior to actually starting the game. And then the game itself usually takes like an hour, so I think it'll be fine. Oh yes. I made new sub badges for everybody. And they all have the Underwing mascot. Yeah. Thank you for hitting that. So nice. But yeah, there's 3. There's one for, you know, my normal Underwings who just joined. And then for 3 months, there's a little star on top. And then for 6 months, there's 3 stars. The new mascot's so cute. I'm very jealous. Thank you, Vanille. I'm quite proud I was able to come up with it on my own without assistance. I often underestimate my ability to design characters. I feel kind of timid about it sometimes, which is kind of why I tend not to design the main characters of my games. It's kind of a weird pattern. I'm much more confident, like, designing like villains and supporting characters than I am with the main ones. Do you have Underwings? I think the first badge overrules it. See, I think that's the first badge is like one of my very first supporters, like the founders of the community. It is really neat. So Sleepyhead, Lilac and the main gang were a collaborative effort. Prior to the Freedom Planet series, they were designed by Xiaoling. And then for Freedom Planet 2, they were redesigned by Tyson Tan. Health Sword, welcome. I am forcing myself to eat food before we start. Because I do not want to skip meals again, because I felt like crap the last time that happened. You never really took making your own characters seriously until you played D&D. Oh yeah, I've never played D&D before, but I'd like to sometime. Just to say that I have. It seems like I think the main thing that is preventing me is that like the amount of time investment you would need. But if I'm with good enough friends, I think it'll be worth it. Animation series? Well, as long as it's tasteful, I don't see the harm. You felt like you were gonna pass out during your Freedom Planet 1 run during 2020? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, it's funny you mentioned that, like, the team and I did kind of brainstorm what our Freedom Planet tabletop game would be like. And I personally imagined that, like, it would be like halfway between D&D and Munchkin, where you'd have, like, character cards that determine your attributes. Like, there could be species cards to determine what species your character is, and then you could have, like stat cards to determine what your stats are and what your abilities are and stuff. And then like the special equipment based on like the items in Freedom Planet 2. I think that'd be cute. Because like my main thing is that like I would want it to be a pretty breezy playthrough. Where you could do like a whole game session in one day. Kitty? Where's the kitty? Do you see Kitty, Rob? Oh, Trilina. Spade was redesigned by Tyson Tan for Freedom Planet 2. That is correct. Every character and NPC, he had some input with one exception, and that exception is Merga. Like, I was already pretty adamant that her design stayed the same. So he just like, polished it, I guess. Oopsie. Some hush puppy crumbs fell off my plate. have I considered adding my VTuber character as a secret character Easter egg? I think it's just been too long since I commissioned pixel art for the game that I feel like it wouldn't really be worth it. So I just had Claire act as a stand-in when appropriate. But maybe for our next game project, yeah. Oh, pause, yeah. The Chamba helped us with some early concept art. Unfortunately, the main three girls, their outfits were redesigned after the fact. So his artwork ultimately couldn't be used, but I'm still thankful for his help. VTuber kart racer? You know, I heard someone's trying to make a Hololive kart racer, but so far it's just ideas, so I'm not holding my breath. Just ideas and a couple of pieces of concept art. It's like I said during my last dev stream, you really want to start with some kind of gameplay footage before you like announce your project to the public. Otherwise, people are just going to see right through it and they'll be like, okay, yeah, sure, come back to us when you actually have something. Favorite line of Mira's? That's a tough one. I especially like when she's like very deadpan. Like when she opens her treasure chest, sometimes she says, "Oh joy," and then like, I also really like her breakdown scene after Merga takes over the palace, where she kind of finally gets some good character development, where she's just kind of like. She kind of like lashes out at everybody and then like gets depressed afterwards. Ashley's performance was so good. I hope she's doing well. I haven't heard from her in a while. Oh, that's another good one, Mike. In the Battlesphere, when Mila points out the irony of that statement, and she's like, "I know, hilarious." Yeah, the voice acting in Freedom Planet 2 is so good. I'm so proud of everybody. Am I a big Hololive fan? I would say I have a moderate interest in the company and the VTubers. Like, I'm not, like, I don't catch up regularly with everybody, but I keep tabs on like 8 or 9 other VTubers. Like it's mostly the JP side that I lack knowledge of because I can't understand the language, unfortunately. But the inside is quite fun to watch when I'm just when I just want to wind down for the day, you know. Okay. One more hush puppy. No, I dropped it. Why? Why? Oh well, I'll just work on my pasta now. 5-second rule. Oh, yeah, no. I guess it didn't fall on the floor, it fell on the desk.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? There was a fan-made Hololive fighting game. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Idol Showdown. It's actually good enough that it's caught the attention of like the normal fighting game community outside of like VTubing, which is really interesting. I think it'd be fun if that happened with my fan game, to where it caught the attention of like the speedrunning community, even if they might not be familiar with Hololive. But I'm not holding my breath. I don't want to assume anything. But I would like it to be structured in a way that it's like very non-linear in how you can approach the stages, kind of like Super Mario 64 is. Though to be fair, in Super Mario 64's case, a lot of the non-linearity was unintentional on the part of the developers. The game mostly opened up over the years as more tricks were found to like skip certain sections. But yeah, I also find Super Mario 64 speedrunning to be highly fascinating. Like, everybody knows the story now about watch for rolling rocks with 0 A presses. Oh yeah, Spanish. Nice. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Estoy muy bien. Wow. Donna's Lilac is so good. Yes. And it warms my heart that she still looks back on Lilac being her very first role. Like, she's the kind of person who, like, she really loves all of the characters that she's voiced, and she tries to, like, give them a shout out every now and then. Yeah, it was her first role ever. I mean, she did Game Jam stuff before then, but, like, her first commercial endeavor was Freedom Planet 1. It's been a genuine honor to see how far she's come. How do you feel about people recommending certain games largely for the writing, like the Earthbound, for example? I can appreciate how people would enjoy games purely as a narrative experience. Some people play the game and skip the story. Other people enjoy the story and skip the game. Oh yes, Dawn is quite prolific in voicing for like in like anime series and everything. Like I think like one of her proudest roles was being the voice of Kale in Dragon Ball Z, which she did an awesome job. And of course, she like forms like a duo alongside, I can't remember her name off the top of my head, but they both like voice the fusion together, Kefla. Yeah, she does seem kind of everywhere. It's really fun to recognize her voice. Dawn is considering streaming Freedom Planet 2. Oh yeah, I heard she's talking about like being a VTuber maybe, which I think would be really awesome, and we are absolutely going to raid her if that happens. Oh right, the other one, Carolyn Caulifla. I think it's neat that all the Dragon Ball Z characters are like named after vegetables. Yeah, VTuber Dawn. Her very earliest inclination when she talked about it on Twitter was that she wanted to be like a Gorgon, like a snake woman. But I don't know if that's still the plan. She mentioned that she had a few ideas. Oh right. Only the Saiyans have the veggie names. Will we raid the Castle of Dawn as soon as the gates open? Yeah. Alright, I've eaten enough, I can save the rest for later, so I am going to BRB for a few minutes, and then we can start the game. This was a nice chat, thank you all. Oh, I'll answer your questions first. Speaking of IL Showdown in the fighting game community, they couldn't use a regular tier list for the characters because you can't just say stuff like Corona is C tier. Oh my gosh. That's kind of an interesting conundrum. Where like the clash of cultures means that you kind of have to like work around the language that you would normally use. Because like, I could see that being an issue where if they use normal tier list names, people would like misunderstand them and think they're talking about like their appeal as a VTuber, not like the actual video game. Oh, yeah. That's really neat. Their tier lists are super kawaii and gentle. I can't say that I've played the Rain Man series before. It might be something fun to check out at some point. But yeah, okay, I'll BRB. And I'll be back in a few minutes. That's... Spacey Battlesphere will return after the break. I'm back. And I'm a bat. What's my chat not working? Okay, there it is. Welcome everyone. Also, I forgot to change my marquee back. There we go. Normal one. Launch Freedom Planet 2, and I know it's gonna start muted, so I have to change the audio properties. Okay. Come on. No! Stop it! There you go. Haha. Freedom Planet 2!
Success!
Alright, let's do this. Oopsie. Seems clicking the mouse button is enough to count as a confirm. Let's go. Alright, so I guess we can hop right back into it. Right here. On the last episode of Freedom Planet 2, Lilac has abandoned the group in order to accept Merga's proposal to meet her in Gravity Bubble. Absolute banger of a track here. I'm gonna take a sip real quick. Da, 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 da. Alright, so before we continue, I believe we now have unlocked all of the Battlesphere challenges that have time capsules, so I'm gonna go get those so we can get the true ending. Da, da, da. Alright, Battlesphere time. Let's go to the hub first, see if any NPCs have new things to say. You're gonna lurk so you don't get game spoilers? Talk to you later, Spacey. Yeah, see you later, Alphanil. Talk to you soon. My next holiday destination, Perusa. I intend to see the rainbow-colored lava for myself and admire this wonder of nature. I must practice my Perusian. Kumusta? Come again. Pumunta ka dito sa, not lang, I mean, like, mabuhay. I tried. Shang Wu still stands, but Shang Tu has fallen. An unexpected and troubling turn of events. I wonder where Florence was in the middle of the incident, however. He was supposed to be on duty. Ying! I pledge that this dark turn won't stop me drawing. I must do it for the prestige! She drew all of the beast mechs. and sad Zhao. What else you got? I draw eternal, all shiny and silver. Witness me. It's Carol. This wasn't unexpected. We didn't think she'd show her hand so early, or that it'd turn out to be a royal flush. Do the Red Scarves know something about this, I wonder? Looks like we're all on the back paw now. We got eyes on the inside though, and we'll get in contact if things start getting worse. That Serpentine is one slippery snake, but don't worry, we have our eye on him. Our way of ensuring the safety of Alice doesn't always involve dealing with the stuffed shirts in charge. Giant robots in the jungle? Ha! They would have been no match for the old Florence 1-2 punch. Just let him try any of that hero. I'll turn him into scrap faster than he can say tinfoil. Ha! Too bad those cowardly terrorists ran off. I'd have shown them a thing or two. Where was I when those cowardly terrorists took the Globe Opera and held our beloved Merga hostage? It was my night off. You think your new Battlesphere champion title impresses me? Think again. You only know the sport of violence, not the real deal. Not like me. Out there in the mean streets of Shangmu, you see things. Things that your pampered self wouldn't believe. Luckily for you, I am there, standing between our citizens and the encroaching darkness.
When I perform the dance of the machine gallant and cross my arms, I transform into the ultimate 50-foot tall fighting machine known as Cybervolt X. Alas, I have not been able to summon this power since I was defeated by my rival and arch nemesis, Cybervolt Dark Z. The scar he left on my beautiful face is a grim reminder of my terrible loss. I was actually here the entire time. My cape bestows upon me the power to turn invisible and be as silent as the wind on a windless night. The cape was a gift from my aunt, who is actually the Grand Duchess of the Shade Shapers, a clan of assassins so secret that no one knows they even exist. Jeffrey.
Welcome back. My life is a lie. Belle, please. You said no getting soft in front of the customers. I thought Captain Cloud stood for truth, justice, and a laugh away, but turned out he was just a massive self-aggrandizing jerk. I mean, you could argue that he was seasoned with a bit of both, and a heavy dash of self-loathing. I'll never believe in anything or anyone ever again! Oh, Val. This is who I am. This is a blow to the very heart of the Daybreakers philosophy. I can't believe we were ever going to extend an invitation to that Clow. As scientists debate how a volcano spontaneously erupted rainbow-colored lava, the more aesthetic conscious among us are wondering, how can I get one of those in my house? Hi, I'm Maria Note. Join me as I interview interior decorators from all over Avalis to figure out who's the best and most affordable at rigging an artificial rainbow lava flow in your very own living room. Psst, psst. Did you do that? Did you do that? My news reporter senses are tingling. That's Captain Clow, fallen hero, rising criminal threat, or complete buffoon. Tune in as I lead a panel of experts to discuss the ramifications of Clow's career change. Maria Note with Tri-Kingdom News, asking the hard questions about celebrities that you all want to hear. Psst, psst, psst. Nice job till you down Clow a second time. The pure entertainment on that video is Stones mad. Yeah, that was the intent behind everyone saying Stones. Is that it's referring to the Kingdom Stone, which is like a revered artifact in evolution culture. Of course, it sounds like something different when the Battlesphere announcer says it. Giant robots battle and destroy a forest.
My stones! We have a new record!
We have a new record!
We have a new record!
Yeah, Andy, I love how Edwin like wrote all of this extra dialogue so that they react to different events that happen in the story.
We have a new record!
My stone! Giant robots battle and destroy a forest, but who are their masters who walk silently, invisibly, among us? What sinister plans do they intend with their mechanical monstrosities? Could those plans involve you? Tune in to tonight's special report, Robot Masters in Disguise, and hear a chilling eyewitness testimony from a man who almost lost his entire vegetable garden. Maria Note, Tri-Kingdom News. Psst, psst. Why do I get the feeling that you're in that mess somehow? This is Maria Note with a comprehensive report on the still unfolding incident that has now been dubbed Revenge of the Water Dragons. From the kidnapping of Shang-Wu's beloved Mayor Zhao to the capture of Shang-Tu by Water Dragon guerrilla forces. Tri-Kingdom News is the only news network to have minute-by-minute live coverage of the incident as it transpired. Psst, psst. Hey, what happened to the globe opera? Inquiring viewers want to know. Your recent victory over Captain Cloud's challenge has captured the attention of our entire city. What's your secret? Psst, psst. It's no secret. You're just that good. Way to go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'd love for Maria Note to make it be like a recurring character if there are more Freedom Planet games in the future. I tried riding an airship once. Kind of boring. Wasn't feeling it. It was like being on the ground, only the scenery was moving faster. Honestly, there's nothing quite like soaring through the air on your own wings, riding the ebb and flow of the wind. Also, you can swoop down and steal the hats of people you don't like. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. So hey, a warning system that relies on crackly loudspeakers and flashing lights to show where the nearest shelters are? Turns out, not great for bats. Nothing like loud, disorienting sounds and strobing colored lights to make flying an absolute nightmare. Ugh, I'm getting a headache just thinking about it. You may be wondering, how does a bat eat noodle soup upside down? The answer is, very carefully. and also accept the inevitability of what I like to call soup face. I mean, I could also just sit down at a table like everybody else, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, I feel you, girl. With the way I start my streams upside down, taking sippies. Okay. Ben, have you ever wondered what goes on in the VIP lounge? If it weren't for the old pop glass, we could see right in and divinate the occupants' darkest secrets. I bought a bravestone from Blake. Didn't make me any braver, but it did make me wiser. Oh yeah. Someone beat my high score in dance now. Who are you, L1 and C? Show yourself. Alright, let's go. Time for challenges. Remember Spacey T from last stream? Oh, speaking of which, I'll take Sippy. Good stuff. Okay, so we've beaten these four. So you gotta pay attention to the description on the right. When there's an icon of a time capsule, that's the one you want to go for to get the true ending. So let's start with the ring out challenge. Oh, it's pronounced opaque. Okay, whoops, my mistake. My mistake. It's opaque. So this one's pretty interesting. It's kind of like the speeder bike section in Battletoads, except you're running forward. But as long as you constantly hold forward and you don't hit any bumpers, you'll be fine. Let's go! Huzzah!
My stones! We have a new record! My stones! We have a new
What I like,
record!
a cartoon about Free Implant that goes exactly like Sonic Boom. that might be fun, especially if it's focused on like slice of life stuff, like between the NPC characters. Oh yes, this is the easiest Rainbow S rank in the game, because there's no enemies to actually hurt you. So you can just equip the strongest Brave Stones and be absolutely fine. Also, this cutscene is now skippable, which was a common complaint before, but that has been fixed. So now, Flip Fire Gauntlet. Daytona! I wish Daytona USA had more tracks. Maybe I could play the Dreamcast version sometime. Because that has like a bunch of new tracks that are not in the arcade release, and it also has a bunch of extra cars as well. Ba, 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 ba. So true to its name, Flip Fire Gauntlet involves the fire beams from Airship Saguada, as well as the flip platforms from Avian Museum. Is it weird that Pengu's one of your favorite characters in the series? Not at all. Like, Victoria did a very good job voicing Pengu and Syntax, and I like how there's kind of like a distinction between them now in terms of like voice and mannerisms. Like, Pengu is like the clumsier of the two, I would say. And of course, Pengu, it helps that Pengu can also turn into a giant holographic dragon that can actually, like, do some damage. Huzzah! Also, yes, playing through all the Battlesphere challenges like this to get the time capsule conveniently also gives you a lot of cores, so you can complete a lot of the gallery exhibits after having a run through all the challenges here. Ta-da! Next up, Vanishing Maze. Yes, that is correct, real person. Pengu does not have the ability to turn into the Hollow Dragon in this game because Gong and his troops disabled it. Just in case somebody accidentally messed with it. A lot of these Battlesphere challenges were not actually made by me either. They were like contributed to by the other level designers on the team. It was quite fun seeing what everyone's like unique style of level design was like. I believe this one was made by Penny. And I can't remember if Arietti made one, or if she just focused on like regular stages. I know that Will made a few as well. Ah! Gimme. Nice. This way, maybe? Okay. Ah, okay. Gotta be careful. Let's go!
My stones! We have a new record!
Huzzah! Oh, yes, that is true, Eps. If it has a puzzle in it, it's probably a Will level. Which, you know, Ancestral Forge is like one big puzzle, so obviously that one was contributed to quite heavily by Will. It was a collab between the two of us, actually. But I believe there's a couple in the Battlesphere that are also kind of like puzzle focused. Da 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 da. Da da da. Okay, next up, Mondo Kondo. So this stage is kind of split up into mini gauntlets. Oopsie. No, thank you. Nice. Oh, nice. There's actually multiple routes you can take through this stage. If you go on the upper path, there's a completely different set of rooms. Okay, now we gotta be careful. Mini boss. Huzzah! Hey, I had a new record. Where's my announcement? I wonder if that's a bug. Was I aware of?
We have
Thank
a
you.
new record!
Thanks for that. Were you aware of Sonic's level design philosophy? You know, the whole higher path is the faster route? Yes, I was. That's not always the case in Freedom Planet 2, as a matter of fact. Sometimes the lower route is the faster one. So, generally speaking, I like to have like, sometimes like on the slower route, I like to put like more helpful collectibles, so that if you take the faster route, it's a bit riskier. Another one takes Sippy. Well. Ah, nice. Alright, next up. Birds of Prey. This one can be pretty tricky for newcomers. Like it even says, this challenge is not for beginners. You have to fight 2 bosses at the same time. I try to focus on one at a time. That way, they get out of your hair earlier. Nice. Okay, so now we only have to contend with Lancer. Ow. Let's go! Huzzah!
My stones! We have a new record!
Alright, moving right along. Makes you wish we had more double boss challenges. There are stages in the game where you have to fight multiple bosses at once, I think. Or like, I guess the mech challenge coming up counts a little bit, but like the BFF 2000 is so powerful that bosses are basically regular enemies when you're riding it. But yeah, more double boss challenges. That'd be pretty cool. I did actually think about like a silly like joke challenge at some point. That would be like at the very end of the game. It would be completely optional, but it would be kind of a what if situation where could the heroes have actually faced off against Merga's army at the end of Palace Courtyard, and you'd have to fight Merga, Nosalak, a bunch of troopers and UFOs all at the same time. And I think it would be possible to beat, but it wouldn't be easy. Also, perfect running it would be like next to impossible. Oh, Escal as well. So you'd have to fight Merga, Nosalak, Escal, a bunch of Aqua Troopers, and a bunch of saucer enemies all at the same time. The stress test. Alright, Battlebot Revenge. So this is a Battle Royale. And it has exclusively just enemies that are only found in the Battlesphere. Alright. Time to face off against Acrobel. Who I believe I have not fought yet on this playthrough. So I believe there are actually 2 bosses in this game that were not designed by Tyson Tan. There is 100 Drillion, which was designed by me, and then Acrobel, which was designed by Pixie. Come on. Yeah, the main challenge with this boss fight is that she's very agile, so actually hitting her is a bit trickier than other bosses. But as long as you're aggressive, then you'll make it through. Ta-da! Oh, no stones. That must also be a bug. I think maybe I forgot to include, like the voice handler object in certain scenes.
My stones! We have a
thank you.
new record!
Yeah, I also love how annoyed the character you're playing as gets if they get stuck in the pies. Oh yes, Pixie is a pixel artist that worked on both Free and Planet games. Boss straight out of Dynamite Heady. I haven't played Dynamite Heady before. I should play that sometime. Alright, Mach Speed Melee is next. Let's go! So this challenge is all about the boost rings. Some of them push you backwards, some of them push you forwards, and it all ends in a battle royale in an arena with lots of boost rings. Ow. Grind rails. Oh yeah. True to its name, you can go quite fast in this stage if you know where to go. No. Ah. Oh, okay, we're fine. Ta-da! You really love seeing the joy that I have playing this game? Thank you. Yeah, it makes me so happy, the work that everybody put in and the fact that we were able to make something so special. Sega made the international version of Dynamite Heady harder. Okay, I'll remember that. Well, they kind of did the same thing with a stall, which is a shame because I really like that game and I think the US version is a bit too tough. So I wish there was a translated version of the Japanese ROM of that game as well. The team that worked on this is amazing. Oh my gosh, they are. Okay, Galactic Rumble. Well, yeah, like when you've been playing this game as long as I have, you get a feel for what kinds of movement tech can help push you forward in certain situations. So the main gimmick of this stage is it's all aliens, all Serpentine's forces, and you have to constantly push this lever over or you're gonna get crushed to death. Because there's a descending ceiling. Come on. Yeah, right there. No. No! Okay, come on. Okay, good. I think now we go down, yes. So there's some plane switching trickery, like some layer switching that's going on here that allows us to descend downwards. And like it gave us trouble for the longest time, but I think eventually we finally were able to like fix the glitches that would cause people to fall through the stage of this fight. Like the main point of contention was the fact that there's a platform at the end of this fight with Syntax Spider that should push you upwards. But I guess like in the past it didn't always do that. Ow. And we can ride Pengu now in this fight, specifically in this challenge. Ow. It's not strictly necessary, but it's a nice shortcut. Syntax versus Pengu. Ow. Let's go! Huzzah!
We have a new record!
It's the thought that counts, yeah. You could ride Pengu in Shangtu Palace. Yeah, you could. Stone located. The idea behind this boss music sounds peculiar. So the boss music was entirely Wooful's doing. She wanted to experiment with an unusual time signature. Like, I think she mentioned that she was inspired by the boss music that I tend to compose, where I also compose boss songs in an unusual time signature, because I think it adds to like the chaoticness, the chaotic feeling of it. BRB, gonna get snacks? Awesome, snacks. Alright, let me take sippy. Oh, yeah. Angel Technic, that's a good example. The Wolf Armor fight, that song was one of the few that was composed like entirely on my own without any input from the other musicians. And yeah, that's an example of how I tend to work with unusual time signatures for boss battles. Thank you for headpats, Alex. I'm so glad they're working. Okay. Stop and go. Go fast, but not too fast, or you might run into explosions. So the main gimmick behind this challenge is like the big block panels from Globe Opera 1. Okay, I'm good. Da da da. Yeah, like, Freedom Planet 2 is the kind of game where it's extremely difficult to avoid getting hit, but the consequences of getting hit are less severe than other games because you have such a large health pool. It's not like a usual platform game where you have like a very small number of hits you can take, like you know, like 3 or 4. We have hit points. Ow. No, thank you. The lips are used in a very mean way in this map. Okay, can't crawl through there. Let's go! Yeah, talk about bad-mouthing. Oh, yeah, of course, one-hit KO Bravestone. I'm actually very grateful that we had the one-hit KO Bravestone, because we wanted every stage to be reasonably completable with the one-hit KO stone equipped. And that forced us to heavily rebalance the game in a way that's more fair. Like, especially during testing, like in the latter half of Freedom Planet 2's development cycle, we started testing stuff like exclusively with one hit KO active, so we could be like, so that we could like comb through each like enemy and level in the game and be like, okay, is this fair or not? Like, just being forced to make it so that you can reasonably complete any challenge without taking a single hit, like, it's a very good thing. I highly recommend it if you're making like a challenging platform game like this. Like, I think you should add like a developer like debug code that removes all your health, because it's a good way to consider like whether or not a challenge is actually fair or will feel fair. Yeah, exactly, LQQQ. Like, the one-hit KO badge and the fact that we added the Rainbow S rank, like, it really forced us to make things more fair than they used to be. So I think the game was better because of it. And I'm reminded of something that I learned about, like, the Bloodstained game, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, is that apparently the developers of that game, they also fine-tuned every challenge so that it was beatable without taking a single hit with only the starting equipment that you have. Which, oh my gosh, it's a smart move. Another approach is to limit your visibility to a small circle around your character. Oh, I never thought of that, so I'll have to try that sometime.
How about a kiss for luck?
Huh, you've got to be joking. Thank you for the biddies. Alright, so this is Mecha Madness. This is probably the hardest to get through without taking a hit. The trick is you want to come into the stage with a shield potion, like a full shield potion active. And also make sure that you get every shield crystal that you come across, because getting hit with a shield active does not count against you. It used to be that this stage only had a single shield crystal, but we added a few more after we were like, okay, this is not working the way we want it to. I like carving through all the grass blocks. Nice. It's so cool how when you're in the mech, like, bosses just feel like regular enemies all of a sudden because you do so much damage. And it's really cool, like, it's really like cathartic, I would say, to see all the columns of fire rising up as you defeat all the bosses. Alright, healing round. Also, the original version of this arena did not have the petals drop in the middle of it. So that's something that we had to add too. I mean, it was about on par with other challenges if you were going for no hits, but it was a nightmare for like casual players specifically who just wanted to beat the challenge. All right, one more round. Ow. Nice. Let's go! Huzzah! Shoot! Oh my gosh, so many cores from that. This is the stage that this is the challenge specifically that you want to go to if you're farming cores. Which treasure games have I played so far? I've played Gunstar Heroes, Alien Soldier. I've played Mischief Makers. I think that's all.
Record!
My stones. We have a new record. A boss rush would be absolutely insane. I'm not even sure if there's enough minutes on the timer to account for like the around 40 or so bosses that you have to face in this game back to back. Because if you think about it, like if every boss takes an average of 3 minutes, that is more than 99 minutes per boss fight. Oh, it's quite a lot. All right, so we got 2 more, I think, in terms of time capsules. But it might be something worth experimenting with in the future. I don't know. It'd be pretty cool to have something kind of like the True Arena from the Kirby games. Oh yeah, I forgot that Treasure made a Wario game at one point. Oh, also I've played McDonald's Treasure Land Adventure as well. It's been a while though, but I have played it. Oh. Ikaruga, I've heard good things about that. Okay. So Rolling Thunder is the puzzle stage of the Battlesphere. This is definitely a will level. And it uses the gallery music because it's nice and chill. I don't think the normal Battlesphere music would be fitting. Okay, so now we want to push this back. The trick to getting through this is to realize that you don't have to push the lever all the way. Pushing it halfway is the key sometimes. Oops. I want to hit it there. There we go. Ah, okay. Nice. Let's go. So now what we want to do... Can't quite remember, but... Oh, right. Now we want to push it all the way, but since this door is open, we can get back up here now. Yeah, Cyclone canceling is very useful as Lilac for getting around faster, because the normal Cyclone is so floaty that you could waste precious seconds by waiting for it to finish normally. So I like to Cyclone cancel all the time. Okay, I think... Right, so we want to move this over here. Push it there. And then we carry it over. Now this opens, and we can dispense one over there. So now what we want to do is we want to push this on here. I think. Oh, maybe? If I line it up like that. Nope. It's not gonna work. Oh, I know what to do. Okay. Push it down here. Okay, a little bit lower. Not that low. Nice. So now, push this up. Nice. Huzzah!
My stones! We have a new record!
Huzzah! Definitely the longest one, I would say. Yeah, it is such a nice cozy track. Poor Lilac must be very uneasy to having used as an electric circuit like that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oops. Sorry, Lilac. Yeah, it is the chillest of the Battlesphere challenges. To the point where I'm not even sure if it would be good, like, spectator watching, but whatever. To be fair, they're all used as conduits. Yeah. Alright, one more to go. Ah! Blast from the past. Face off against an array of organic enemies while watching your step. Alright, so this is mostly enemies that are found in Ancestral Forge. Also, this guy is completely invincible. Bees! Not the bees! Good thing that's not an instant KO. Nice. Okay. And yes, this is a throwback to Melon Bread from Gunstar Heroes and other treasure games. We named it Lemon Bread. This was before I had played Undertale, so I didn't know that that Undertale had their own lemon bread. And in early versions of the game, it was actually impossible for this boss to actually kill you because his throw attack would not kill you if you had 0 health remaining. I think that has been fixed. But I don't want to find out. I don't want to stick around to find out. Let's go! Yeah, a pseudo 3D enemy. It was quite fun to put together. He basically, in terms of coordinates, he is true 3D, but his parts are made up of billboarded sprites that always face the camera. So it gives the impression of a 2D creature. I want to try that trick again sometime in Godot. See if it's still possible there. Alright, we have all the time capsules. So let's go watch some Cordelia, shall we? Ba, ba. Ba, ba. To Adventure Square, and we're going to the museum so we can play all these back in order. Oh. Prusa vehemently denies any association, past, present, and future, with known criminals, Captain Clow and Corazon. Gwar! Wandering the streets with absolutely no worries, knowing your safety is assured from attacks by ex-Battlefield champions and Sky Pirates. Gwar! I know what to do when there's a volcano eruption. Just stop, drop, and roll. Or was that forest fires? It's neither. You have to run. Evacuate. Oh wow, lava looks so cool. I wonder what kind of igneous rock is going to form once it cools. Given the viscosity of the lava, look at it flow. It's probably basalt. Probably? I mean, it's harder to tell than usual. Also, the scent is delightfully distracting. Mila caused a natural disaster. Huzzah!
Cyclone!
Ba, 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 ba. Alright, museum. Initializing. Alright, so this is the dragon scientist dude. We've already seen that one.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, Battlesphere. After many years, the restoration of Bakunawa is almost complete. Just in time for the anniversary of our landing on this planet. Battlesphere. Thinking about how far we've come makes me so proud to be an Earth Dragon. When we first crash-landed here, the natives didn't even have a name for this planet, much less the tools and technology to properly explore and utilize its resources. Now look at us. We have proper cities alight with modern conveniences, medicines, and technological advancements for all. We've even put those ocean dwellers to work on Bakunawa, lifting them out of their primitive tribal ways. Battlesphere will be a grand celebration. End entry.
Interesting. Oh, what was a broken statue supposed to be? If you look carefully at the details, you can see that it's the foot has the same kind of armor on it as Merga. So, question mark.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, Bakunawa Rising. Bakunawa is now undergoing a full evaluation of the ship's systems. We are weeks away from having a fully functional spacecraft again. This is so exciting. However, I'm sad to report that not everyone shares in that excitement. There have been rumblings of dissatisfaction from the laborers working on Bakunawa's restoration, complaining about long hours and dangerous conditions. I think it's just a bunch of backtalk from some people who've had it too good for too long. My maid Perlis agrees, and she's one of them. Fortunately, she's one of the good ones. Spirits know some of these ocean dwellers need to learn their place. End entry.
Oh yeah, waifu. Like that is true. The 3D model of the Bakunawa that's in the game. I think it looks really awesome. Like we wanted to be like a deliberate throwback to like those like Sega Saturn PS1 era games that were like pretty much all 2D except for a few important set pieces. And I'm really happy with the creator of the 3D model. They did such awesome work. Okay, so this one's next.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, Bakunawa abandoned. Something went wrong. I think it was an accident. I really don't know what to believe right now. The Bakunawa restoration project has been shut down. The ocean dwellers are angry. All of them. Perlis is gone, and so have all our other ocean dweller servants. When I asked Father where they went, he insisted that they'd taken time off to celebrate some kind of holiday. He wouldn't look at me when he told me that. When I asked about what happened with Bakunawa, he told me to mind my own business, still refusing to look at me.
Yeah. You can tell like from this point onwards, like Cordelia starts to think more for herself instead of just like repeating what her parents have told her about the world.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, Ocean Dweller rumors.
Oh, elusive terrain, welcome.
Kind of new threat arising from the Ocean Dwellers. A champion.
We've heard this one before. This was the one that was
Biologically engineered.
like already in the gallery when we entered it.
Substantial these rumors are. But given
Wonder if it would be possible for FP2 to run on the Saturn. I don't think so. I think the Saturn's too weak in terms of like textures and stuff. Like it would take forever to load the textures
that's the case.
since they're not tile based.
Time left.
What? Oops. I skipped it accidentally, sorry.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject,
Yeah, when I click back into the window, it acts like a button press.
some kind of new threat arising from the Ocean Dwellers.
But yeah, I think the Sega Saturn would be too weak. Maybe the Sega Dreamcast would be a better fit in terms of what would actually be possible.
But given their current
I think we would have to make a few concessions to get it running on the Dreamcast, but it could be quite possible.
Father is convinced that we've run out of options for dealing with these savages.
I think the big concession would be like its resolution, which is smaller.
I have to act without his permission. I will leave the capital and head for Perusa to negotiate some kind of peace with the Ocean Dwellers. Surely they'll listen to reason. We're all living on this planet together after all. End entry.
Okay. New location.
Entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, trapped. My Ocean Dweller hosts have decided that, as the Magister's daughter, I would be more useful to them as a hostage. Marvelous. The nature of my imprisonment was discussed in a meeting between the Ocean Dwellers' elders and I, by which I mean I was present while a bunch of old men talked about me as if I wasn't there. It was several minutes before I realized what I'd assumed was a statue was actually another living being. But I knew who it had to be. The Ocean Dwellers' champion. She was tall, dark, imposing, and she was staring directly at me the entire time. It was unsettling. Oh, Cordelia, what have you gotten yourself into? End entry.
Aha, interesting. Her name is Merga.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, her name is Merga. Well, I know the champion's name. Merga. She told me, after telling me that if I was planning any Earth Dragon shenanigans, she'd take my head clean off. Apparently, the champion had the impression that my people were all schemers and liars. She based this
Oh,
on
we've heard that
saying
before.
everyone she had ever killed. Charming. Champion or not, I was not about to be intimidated. So I told her that if my people were as she generalized, then hers must be equally psychologically homogenous, meaning they were all as stupid as her. That earned me a glare before she stormed off. I win. Such a child. End entry.
Such a child. Okay, so Andy, you're curious, did the multifaceted nature of the story contribute to the decision to hold classic mode until adventure mode was beaten? No. The reason that classic mode is held over is because so much of adventure mode is omitted. Not just the story, but also the world map, the hubs, the NPCs. Like, classic mode is a completely different experience this time from, like, the main adventure mode. So that's the reason why why we wanted people to play through adventure mode first. Because if they had chosen classic first without giving adventure a chance, they would be literally cutting out like half of the game. And I mean, it's not too bad. Like, adventure mode, you can still skip cutscenes. And there is also, you can put in the Sonic 1 level select code on the title screen to unlock classic mode right away if you really want to. But we just, like, we wanted people to be absolutely sure that that's what they wanted to do before giving them the option. So that's why it's a cheat code.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, Attack of the Showpow Hog. I decided to take a wander to the markets for some fresh showpow for my favorite stall. And who should be there ahead of me? The champion, of course. Apparently, my favorite stall was hers too. And of course...
Oh, yeah, outfit change.
She needs all the energy she can get. Oh, but she can spare just one showpow. So she picks one out of her bag and lays it on top of my head. Then, with the biggest smirk on her face, she stalked off, and the market crowd parted for her in a frightened scurry. Ugh, that woman! End entry.
Yeah, Victoria did an amazing job as Cordelia. So she voices Syntax, Pengu, and Cordelia. And I love how all three of them sound. Hope that didn't come off as criticism. You enjoy Adventure Mode a whole lot. Oh, absolutely, no problem, Andy. I get what you're saying. I got that. It was genuine curiosity. But yeah, like, we have gotten, like, more complaints than usual about the classic mode thing lately, which I'm surprised about, but we're not going to change it because we really, really want people to give Adventure Mode a chance, even if they didn't like Adventure Mode in the first game. Because I've seen people stream the game who did not look forward to being forced to play through Adventure Mode. And after the first couple of cutscenes, they were like, okay, never mind, this is actually good. I'm gonna play through this. So we're confident in the story this time. So yeah.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, no place for a hero. There was an attack by Earth Dragon forces on the beach today. The champion swooped in and simply destroyed the troops. It was ruthlessly efficient.
Oh, she enjoyed seeing that.
Fortunately, an ocean dweller child had been caught in the middle of the battle, and his cries summoned nearby adults, and they just stared. They saw the child in pain but refused to come any closer. The champion tried to comfort the child, but that only seemed to make his crying worse. Eventually, she left, and the adults rushed in. As the champion turned away, I could see the expressions of relief wash over their faces, and one of hurt flash over hers. End entry.
Aww. Yeah, their personalities are really starting to get fleshed out now. You respect it. Adventure mode is the intended experience, so it should be the primary mode up front. Yeah, I agree, absolutely. And Edwin backed me up with it too. Like, and I don't even think it would be that big of a deal if I didn't do such a bad job with the writing and pacing in the first Freedom Planet. So that's kind of on me. But I mean, Freedom Planet 1 story there's still something enjoyable about it, like depending on how you look at it. But yeah, it makes me wish I had actually had like a writing team for Freedom Planet 1 like I did with Freedom Planet 2. But I'm glad I went through with it anyway, because you shouldn't hold off on pursuing your dreams just because you lack certain skills, especially when it comes to game development, because there's so many different aspects of it, and it's very rare for someone to be able to do everything that is required to build a game.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, revenge of the Showpow. The champion was injured today, so despite her appearance, she isn't invincible after all.
Uh-huh.
I stopped by the medical center as she was healing up. She was surprised to see me, and I said the feeling was mutual. Then I offered her a Showpow. One Showpow, out of a basket filled with Showpow that I was lugging around for emphasis. I have never seen a flatter stare. She took it anyway and mumbled something that sounded halfway between a thanks and a curse. I was happy to reciprocate with my own charming banter, and she could do nothing but glare at me from her bed. It was a fun afternoon. End entry.
Oh yeah, and I've seen some of those. Well, all I have to say is that once again, you can skip the cutscenes in adventure mode if you really don't want to experience the story. Because, I mean, the world map and the hubs are still, like, worth experiencing, I think, even if you skip the story. FE1 wouldn't have been your favorite game at the time without the story. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Noob Jr. Brevin's writing's just immaculate in FE1. You don't think anyone could complain about him? Yeah, I probably put the most effort into Brevin compared to the other characters, and I think that shows through. I'm still happy with the way I portrayed Brevin. Like the only parts that I'm like that I feel like weird about nowadays is just the fact that it feels like Brevin belongs in a completely different kind of game. But the contrast is pretty striking, I will say. FE1 is better than most critics give it credit for, and you'll stand by that. Thank you, Health Sword. I mean, it's not exactly a controversial take to say that the story is good in FE1 because the game is still sitting pretty at overwhelming positive reviews on Steam, which I am very grateful for. There are flaws, but honestly, the first game still has a ton of merits in the storytelling department. Just what works well for what the game is. Yeah, like, I feel like the way the story is told and presented kind of, like, shows how passionate I was about the project at the time. Where I basically literally put everything that I had into it. And I can still feel that even today. Just the fact that, like, when I played it last month for the first time in, like, 7 years, I can still feel, like, the passion behind it. Okay.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, flowers for Merga. Unexpectedly, the champion has an interest in flowers. I was wearing a small white flower with a delightful scent in my hair, when Merga identified it as a Sampaguita. It turns out that amongst the many things Merga was taught, horticulture had somehow been snuck in there as well. When I asked if she knew the name of more than one flower, she took immediate offense and dragged me to the nearest garden. She then started listing the names of the flowers there and their uses. I didn't have the heart to interrupt her. I've never seen her as happy as she was today. I like seeing her happy. End entry.
Oh, Merga has hidden depths. All the flowers.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, or fight. I tried broaching the subject of peace to Merga again tonight. She wasn't happy to talk about it and tried to distract me. I pointed out that if she and I could get along, why couldn't our people as well? She said it was impossible, that I was one of the good ones. I stormed out. I was rather furious at that point, mostly at myself. Well, now I know what being on this side of that comparison feels like. Stupid Cordelia. Merga found me later with some freshly picked moonflowers in hand and an apology. She knew exactly what to do and say. Got me wrapped around her fingers. End entry.
Okay. I'm gonna move the window a little bit so I can see chat a little bit better. Okay.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, a war of attrition. Merga got hurt again. She tried to hide it from me, act as if it were a scratch. But I can tell from the way she carries herself that moving about was more difficult than usual. I suggested relaxing on the beach and watching the sunset, and she agreed immediately. She knows I know. I can see she's tired. This war has taken its toll on all of us, but most especially on Merga. She can't keep going like this. I have to convince our leaders that this isn't the only way. End entry.
Oh yeah, the Merga in these flashbacks, even in the later ones, is like, you can still see like a pretty big contrast from the way she is in this story and the way that she is in game by the time you actually meet her.
New entry, Cordelia, personal. Subject, in pursuit of peace. I've done it! I've convinced the elders of the Water Dragon Council to meet with the Magister in Shangtu, my old home. I think both sides expect some kind of duplicity, but I'm not worried. Merga will be with us to provide protection. If anything were to happen to us, she would cut through the country's troops like a hot knife through butter. And I think everyone is well aware of that. I have to go now. The caravan is leaving. Whatever happens next, I hope to free Merga of her role as the Ocean Dwellers champion. It won't be an easy road, but nothing worth doing is. End entry.
If you had woken up from a nearly 100-year-long nap, you'd be pretty cranky too. Oh yeah, yeah, that too. Because, like, if you think about it, from Merga's point of view, like, everything that happened when they tried negotiating peace literally just happened yesterday for her. Like, when she was in prison, like, she had no, like, consciousness of how much time was actually passing. So to her, like, she had, like, at the beginning of the story in Freedom Planet 2, when you see her break free from the crystal prison, like, from her point of view, Cordelia, she just lost Cordelia. And the last one is just the Magister's recap of Freedom Planet 1's events. So yeah, that's all of them. So, let's go meet Merga, shall we? In Gravity Bubble. Oops. Guar! Yeah, Morgan Berry did such a good job with Merga's screams, oh my gosh. Alright, so this is the last normal stage before we enter the Bacchanal levels. Also, fun fact about Gravity Bubbles theme song, it went through like 4 different takes, and they're all completely different from each other, and like they're all in the soundtrack on Bandcamp too. FP2 is your favorite soundtrack from 2022? Thank you. Yeah, it's so good. Alright, so I'm really this stage took a long time to get right, to like conceptualize and build, but I'm really happy with the result. It's such a unique take on an underwater stage. For one thing, oh, hello, Paige. So for one thing, there's no like air bubbles like there is in Sonic. Instead, you have like the giant dry bubble zones where you can actually move around like normal. I can't recall that ever being done before in like a 2D platform game, at least not to my knowledge. And then you can combine that with the jet streams. It's just like it allows the stage to keep a really good pace, even though it's an underwater level and you move slower in the water. Like, those two things combined, like, just make it like just as fun to play through as other stages, and it kind of like avoids some of the usual issues with video game water levels. Also, Wishstream, thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, welcome, I'm Spacey Battlesphere. I'm a Gadgeteer Bat and a game developer, and I am the producer of this game, Freedom Planet 2. And we're in the end game now. I've got just this stage, which is the last normal level, and then after that we head into the finale where we board the bad guy's ship. So these things are all over the place, so they're usually too much of a hassle for me to want to deal with all the time. Oh, Wishstream, right, you made Fetch the Ferret? I had so much fun with that. I remember playing it at Sage back when I still had my beta tele model. It was before my official debut. I can't wait to play a full version of that too. It's such an adorable game. I hope development on it is going well. Also, what did y'all play on your stream before hopping over? Favorite part of Gravity Bubble is seeing that you're slowly approaching Bacchanal in the distance. Oh, yeah, that part too. Like, this is the one stage in the game, like the one normal stage that does not have a traditional boss fight at the end, but you'll see what happens. Paige? Paige, no barky. No barky. Paige? It's okay, honey. The raiders don't mean any harm. It's okay, they're cool. Out. Okay. She's so silly. Oh, right, the teeth. I keep forgetting. Mike! Thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs! Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you for your support. Oh my gosh.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh yeah, each character also has idle quotes, which I haven't been able to show off until now. I believe Lilac has 2. Well, I think everybody has 2. Wagyu guess, yeah. Wagyu guess. Let me take a sippy real quick.
Sometimes a girl's gotta take her time.
Yeah, that's true, Lilac. That even her idle quote goes to show the personality change between games. Because if you idled as Lilac in Freedom Planet 1, she was like very impatient. She was like, hey, come on. And she was like, do you want to get a bad time? Whereas in this game, she has mellowed out a lot. And she's like, it's okay, whenever you're ready. Well. Ow. You gotta be really careful with the mine guys. The ones that like spray mines everywhere when you destroy them. No! Okay, this way. No, 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 get away, get away. The sheer amount of love in this game really shows. Thank you. Thank you so much, Berlin. Now the idle talk is every 30 seconds instead of 60. Oh yeah, that is true, I think. Also, after you've heard both quotes, they won't actually say them again until you start moving again. That way, if you tab out of the game, they won't be constantly talking in the background while you're doing other things. Which, that was actually an early complaint back in Freedom Planet 1 when it was not the case in that case. So I was like, okay. Okay, so this ring is big enough that you could actually stand a good risk of drowning if you're not keeping a good pace. Well, I should say this series of rings. Because depending on the direction it's rotating in, it will actually increase the amount of time it takes to traverse. Yeah, like this. It's spinning counterclockwise, but we're trying to swim counterclockwise. Oh, there it is. Ah! Oh, and there's the Bakunawa in the background. I need life. Stop it. Okay. The fateful encounter.
So you've come. And alone, even. I hope to earn that mark of respect.
Why call me out here, Merga?
We had many names once. Then the Earth Dragons came and took those names away from us. We were their brothers and sisters of the sea, and given just one name. Water Dragon.
Yeah, I love this song too. It was actually originally intended to only play at the start of Ancestral Forge, but it was too good. I had to use it other places.
I suppose it was in our favor that we were the most biologically compatible species on this planet. Out of our union was conceived a child, Bakunawa. And once she was born, well, They'd taken our names already. What else could they have taken from us?
Oh, you had a dev stream with Stream? Awesome.
I didn't know.
Raul is the main dev, just one of the main 3D artists. Development's going well so far, we've been having fun. Nice.
Hatchling. Sash Lilac. Come with me.
What?
There is nothing left for us here. We can go and never return. Leave the Earth Dragons to their machinations and fly to a new world.
And what happens to this world?
Does it matter? I see. In that case...
Yeah, she doesn't even need to say anything.
What's this meant to be?
A clever ruse.
No! Not gonna...
I'm impressed. That should have rendered you unconscious immediately. Not to worry. You will have plenty of time to forgive me once I awaken Bakunawa.
Sneak attack!
Not much of a sneak attack there, Serpentine.
Hold on, Lila! This potion will fix you right up!
Guys, you came.
All right, giant fish lady, back off! Unless you want a face full of punchies!
Indeed. Your schemes end here, Merga. Bakunawa will not rise this day.
Whew.
What was that?
A redirection of the island's volcanic pressure to key fault lines. You may have disabled a few of our beacons, but not all.
Yeah, the story's been hyping up this moment for the whole thing ever since we found out about Bakunawa. And now it's finally happening.
Impossible.
So we had to go all out with it.
It was a vital component.
I'm no fool. It was installed well before your arrival.
No, we're too late.
Indeed. And that is why it is you who shall end here.
Alright, so this is the quote-unquote boss of this stage. Except it's not much of a boss fight because it is literally indestructible. All you can do is run. And this part of the level is specifically set up so that it can actually destroy the terrain depending on where it aims. You just gotta use the jet streams to go faster and just run for dear life. Phew. And you gotta keep running, because that water will pull you down and start damaging you.
Stay classy.
Phew! We made it, yeah!
Welcome aboard Merga's luxurious sky fortress. Now with extra cannons. Hold on!
You'll have to point out how ridiculous it is that Merga's trying to directly shoot Lilac with a laser designed to destroy celestial bodies. Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, it needs to charge up by eating the moon first, but its laser as is perfectly capable of one-shotting you. Guess when Merga said she wouldn't underestimate Lilac and her friends, she really meant it. Yeah, absolutely. I really like the way that that whole stage turned out. I think I saw a question earlier. You know, Sonic can be impatient. There's one game where Sonic was like, I'm out, and then he jumps out. I actually really hate that because you don't know what's going to happen. So you might be really far in the game and have to put the controller down for some reason without pausing it, and then all of a sudden the game's just over. It boots you to the title screen, even if you have lives. So I'm really glad that they did not do that again in future Sonic games. Because like all you have to do to prevent it is either pause the game or like start moving like before the 3 minutes are up. There's no reason. It's just weird. That whole game is weird. suppose that weirdness is why it's so fondly remembered. Alright, we have a shmup level, just like in the original Freedom Planet. Except now we're aboard Merza's luxurious sky fortress. Now with extra cannons. And the cannons are fireworks, yes. Now, every time you destroy something in this stage, you get a very slight boost of speed. So it encourages like aggression when you're going for the best time. Of course, when you destroy the mines, they will deliver a spread shot.
Hear me, Magister! The weapon that you Earth Dragons created, that brought death to so many of my people, will now be my salvation. Bakunawa will rise to the sky and devour your moon, giving her the energy she needs to leave this solar system. And we will sail the stars while this world rots. This planet is yours! Long may you reign vainglorious over a dead world!
Whew! She does not mince words. Yeah, a lot of people who are playing for the first time make the mistake of destroying the mines, and then it makes it so much harder to avoid taking damage. Alright, this is, like, canonically the single biggest boss in the whole game, like compared to the size of your character right now. And this boss was also not designed by Tyson Tan. This boss was designed by Proto. And I think he did an awesome job replicating the style. And you can destroy different parts of it individually to make it, to reduce the power of its attacks. Let's go! We're having Crab Rangoon tonight. Also, yes, this is one of only 2 bosses in the game that does not have a Battlesphere you fight due to its sheer size. Like, the reason that both bosses are not in the Battlesphere is because they're too big.
There's no way we catch up with her now! She's flying too high and too fast!
This can't be happening.
I won't let it!
Lilac!
So the implication here is that Lilac's going to try and Dragon Boost up into the sky to catch up with it. She tries her best. A cute battle. Oh, thank you, Unstable. But yeah, she tried.
No!
Oh no! So, the moon looks pretty undevoured.
What just happened?
The fool! She's clearly too far away for the mining laser to be effective. Unharm me at once! The cooperative General Serpentine is on your side, and he has...
Hello, Serpentine.
Let him go. We have an agreement. And you, talk.
It's simple. I have a small ship capable of chasing down the stolen weapon and evading any detection systems she may have on board, which is more than I can say for your flying whale here.
Hey!
Also, a fun fact.
There's our luxurious sky fortress. He's just a mean jerk.
Serpentine's cutscene theme that's playing right now,
To us immediately.
that was the first draft of Robot Graveyard,
Merga.
Excuse me,
until we decided to incorporate Brevin's theme into it.
so only I can pilot it. And second of all, no passengers. For the velocity I need to catch up to Bakunawa, I need the ship to be as light as possible.
So we are to put the fate of the world in your hands? I think not.
Maybe you could compensate for the additional weight somehow.
I suppose. But the calculations involved would be... Why even talk about it? I might have been able to do it with syntax, but without the drone, I'm just wasting my breath.
Made the right choice. It was so good. Yeah. I love what Wolfle did with Robot Graveyard's music.
Really has one.
I'm going to talk to Serpentine.
Mila?
Don't worry. I can make him change his mind.
Yeah, Lilac like, go for it, buddy. What's your dog doing? Yeah, exactly. She's saving the world.
I see this place again. It's in pretty good shape.
Good work, General. It's good to be home.
Yeah, all things considered, this is the tidiest invasion ever. Wish all of our invaders were this neat.
Good news, everyone! Serpentine's agreed to take us with him!
Yay!
Out of the goodness of my reptilian heart, I've decided that all 5 of us will stop the menace that is Merga.
Thanks, Serpentine. And great work, Mila. How did you manage to convince him?
Oh, I just made a promise. No biggie.
I hope you're all exactly as heavy as you look. Otherwise, this will be a short trip.
Rude assessment of our collective weight aside, I assume this interjection means we're ready to leave.
Weren't you listening to me before? I still need syntax for the vector calculations.
Then our course is clear. Track down Spade, beat him to within an inch of his life, and take syntax back from him.
Yeah, I wonder where Spade is.
Sounds like a plan.
Ponder.
Hold the fort down here. Before you go, though, Magister wants to see you girls. Something urgent, he says.
Oh, one of your favorite things is that out of all the character redesigns in the sequel, Carol's just amounts to she got fluffier. Yeah, exactly. That's all she needed. Also, now that this is nighttime, the lanterns are lit up. I really like how it looks. Ba, ba, da. Mila. Alright, after we're finished here, we should get on the ship with Snake Man and go off into space like we want to do. Everything's fine. Everything's great. I talked with Snake Man and we're all friends now. All friends. Now. Ha! Genuine laughter. Oh, if you play her story, you know how much anguish she's in right now. She's barely holding herself together. Okay. Oh, Orb Fan, that is true. The original like plan for Bakunawa was that it would be a point of no return until you completed all the Bakunawa stages. And that was the purpose of the rest area in the Bakunawa, where it would be a means of being able to like get items and stuff. But we at some point we did decide, okay, that was a little too restrictive. So you can leave the Bakunawa at any time once you get to it. Regardless of the circumstances, it's good to be home. Still, we should conclude our business here as soon as we can. We have a planet to save. Chloe sneaks into the Bakunawa. Oh my gosh! If I had thought to do that, then I totally would have. It's great to be back in Shangtu. Too bad about the giant spaceship Odum flying up there, though. Really brings down the mood. Watch your back around that Serpentine. Guy's a literal snake. And with syntax in his hands, forget about it. He's definitely gonna pull fast one. I like how no one's even fooled about what Serpentine's motives are. But they have a mutual interest in stopping Merga, so.
Yo, Magister, what's up?
Magister.
You summoned us, oh exalted one?
Thank you for coming. I wish to share the results of my research regarding Merga and the Water Dragon people. At first, what I found merely reaffirmed everything we already knew. That the water dragons turned violent, that Merga was their greatest warrior, that many Shangtusians died defending themselves from the Perusian scourge. Then I realized that the books I had read were all written by earth dragons and their descendants. I scoured the library for any book that could possibly recount history from a water dragon's perspective. I found it within a handwritten book of flowers and horticulture. There were various annotations by the author describing what was then to her current events. If what she wrote is true, then I'm so sorry, Lilac. Merga is right to be angry.
Magister.
I was hoping that, perhaps by speaking to her, I could persuade her from this course. Her grudge is against my people. The rest of the world need not suffer for our arrogance and conspiracy. But I suppose that hope is extinguished now.
No, I don't believe that.
Are you mad? She commands an aerial fortress capable of intergalactic flight and eating moons. The time to appeal to her better nature has long since passed.
Nira always being the realist of the
I don't
group.
want to be the last water dragon anymore, but I still want to try. The last centurion of a long-gone race? Isn't that someone worth talking to?
Someone of your own blood. Yeah, I get that. Someone who may be afraid of being nothing more than a weapon.
Someone with the courage and discipline to do what is needed to be done. Very well. I suppose we can attempt to do the right thing. Should the situation arise.
Have I come at a bad time?
Ah, King
We
Dao.
acknowledge and welcome the King of Shuigang in the court of Shangtu.
Your Majesty! Hi!
King Dale, to what do we owe this unexpected pleasure?
I like how literally everyone in the room likes King
I
Dale.
realized that we never properly thanked you for all your assistance in Shuigang. So I brought along
Like they bicker amongst themselves, but as soon as he walks in, he's like the talk of the room.
He busted me up good. My men have the syntax drone under guard outside.
I'm really happy with the way that effect turned out. I took a 3D cylinder and put a rug texture on it.
Magnificent! You fool! Finish your business here. Once I've installed syntax on my ship, I'll be leaving immediately. So don't be late.
Adversity makes for strange bedfellows, it seems.
Indeed. I must make a request. When you encounter Merga, allow me to speak with her. Your communicator can act as a relay between us. I wish to make amends.
All right.
Alright. So as soon as we board the ship here, we'll be able to get up to the Bakunawa. But first I want to head over to the gallery. Keegan Stormfist! Oh, what a cool last name. Welcome, welcome! Hope you're doing well. I'm Spacey Battlesphere. I'm a Gadgeteer Bat and the game developer. And I'm the producer of this game. I'm gonna fill in some of the exhibits. So, there's a fun little Easter egg here. If you actually go to the gallery at this point in the game. So at this point, so at this point you can go to the Perusa exhibit. Like the game is very clever about hiding how big it actually is. Because initially you can only explore this room, which has all the bosses up to the BFF 2000. And it doesn't even say what this door is supposed to be. But once you beat Palace Courtyard, it opens up, and then you're like, oh wow, there's actually a whole second half. Thank you, nice to meet you, Spacey. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Thank you, Keegan. I'm doing well. Hope you are too. So we have unlocked everything here. So once you actually talk to Serpentine and board the Bakunawa, this specific exhibit for Titan armor gets locked up with the implication is that he stole back all of the parts. Which I think is a really cool touch. Also, where's Nosalox's exhibit? Oh, Thorn Goron! Thank you for the follow! I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. You like when Lilac goes psych? Yeah. So, Nosaloc's pretty interesting. There's no exhibit to restore here. It's just an aquarium and he's in it. and he blows raspberries at you if you wait around long enough. And there's a nice little like aquarium ambiance in the background. Huh. Well, as long as you stay put and promise not to hurt anyone. And strangely enough, I get the feeling that you will. Double, huh? Fishy, fishy. All right, let's fill in some of the earlier exhibits. We got a lot of resources to put into it. Okay, that one's clear. That one's clear. Kakugan is not clear yet. Like, I've said this in an earlier Free Implant 2 stream, but the whole reason this gallery exists is because Tyson Tan put so much care and detail into every individual piece of the bosses. Like, look at this. All the details here that you normally would never see. And I wanted a place to be able to show them off. So that's how the gallery was conceptualized. Yeah, it literally is an art exhibit. Look at all these tiny parts. It did take quite a bit of effort to like assemble them all and animate them properly, but it was worth it. Perfect for cutout animation. Just like a treasure game. Huzzah! Oh yeah, the BFF 2000 exhibit, especially. So this is another door where you don't know what it does until you meet the requirements for it. And I believe the requirement for it is that you have to finish every single other exhibit, and then you get to go to the Galaxy Trail exhibit. And it's basically the Galaxy Trail exhibit's like, it's kind of based on the Insomniac Museum from the Ratchet & Clank games, where it's got like a bunch of developer trivia and like cut and unused content. But yeah, Duality's parts. This is really cool too. Bong, bong. Da, 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 da. And this is just an alternate exit. Oh, let's go to Monster Cube next. Do we have enough monies to go to the Galaxy Trail Room? Well, the thing is, we haven't gone through the Bakunawa levels yet, so we haven't unlocked those exhibits. But I could certainly see if we'll have enough. Ta-da! And this is Rosebud. Good music too. Yeah, and I like the way this one's put together too. Da, da, da. All right, Acrobell. Da, da, da. Clown shoes. Now those are clown shoes that I wouldn't mind wearing. Is the snake in vines? That is correct. But you can kind of tell this is like pixie shading style. I really dig it. And this is Harold Roost. And fun fact, oh yeah, like the fact that you have to pay a whole gold gem to unlock this one, it's kind of a nod to how expensive autographed baseballs can get. but yeah, in the game's code, enemies have specific factions that they belong to, and that makes it so that they can't hurt enemies of the same faction. And all of the baseball enemies in Zalaland have their faction name as Red Sox. Like, other enemies in the game have, like, factions such as, like, Water or Alien or stuff like that. Alright, so, this is Discord. So, Discord, like, the name of this boss is a riff on a specific line of trains in China called Harmony. So the opposite of Harmony, of course, is Discord. So that's why this boss is named Discord. It's huge! That is a whole train. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, anything I missed? Oh yes, syntax spider. Nice. So originally, Syntax Spider, I had cobbled together some parts from Kakugan, the sloth boss of AV Museum. Like, I merged like parts from Kakugan and Monster Cube, and I recolored them. That was originally what Syntax Spider was made of, until Tyson 10 was able to come back from hiatus and come up with something different for the boss, which I really liked. I really love how this looks. Man, you want to make a game? Go for it, Orisanjo. I highly recommend it. Like, if you're just starting out, you can just make like a small arcade game just to get used to it and see if it's something that you enjoy doing. And that'll also give you room to experiment with like a new and interesting concept without devoting yourself to like an entire adventure, I suppose. Alright, so this is Wolf Armor's parts. Wolf Armor is another fairly complex boss to put together. Like, especially considering how small it is compared to most other bosses. But it's really cool in motion. Ta-da! And, like, I also kind of, like, made a separate head sprite just for the museum that showed that Serpentine was not inside it anymore. So it's kind of like a powered suit. Oh, thank you for hydrate. I'll take sippy. Well. What DAW did I use for the soundtrack of Freedom Planet 2? Well, most of the work was done, like, most of the heavy lifting was done by Woofle. She used, I believe Mixcraft. I use Mixcraft 9 now, but back when this game was being made, I used Synthfont, combined with Noteworthy Composer. So I just basically composed MIDI tracks and then plugged sound fonts into them. But I just recently, like last Christmas, as a Christmas present for myself, I bought Mixcraft 9 with a bunch of VST instruments. I'm really liking it a lot so far. I'm really excited to like make my own soundtrack someday. So this is Beast 1, the fish mech. And then there's a bird mech and a lion mech, and they all combine to make the BFF 2000! Personally, game dev stories you hear from both me and the lead dev of Monster Crown is kind of inspiring. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, there's that. Beast 1, checking in. Love using sound fonts in music? Yeah, it's pretty fun. So this is Beast 2, the bird. Now they're starting to get kind of pricey. I wish I had thought about it at the time, but I feel like there should have been a way to kind of exchange, like, to buy cores with crystals. Because you end up with a lot of crystals in the end game, and not so many cores. Alright, there's Beast 2, the birdie. Specifically, this boss is modeled after a crane. Oh! Hello, Marinote. Fancy seeing you here. This is Maria Note with breaking news. Chengtu's Avian Museum has reconstructed the machines responsible for Mei Zhao's kidnapping. Tune in tonight for a special interview with the museum owner, Bo Ren, where we discuss his breathtaking restoration work. Psst, psst, psst. I know it was you. I'm being nice to the owner so I don't get banned. Yeah, she appears when you complete Beast 2. Like, she immediately catches wind of it and decides to, like, see what's up. Yeah, Bo Rin, his name is a pun. Like, you know, boring. And now we have Beast 3, which is the lion, which is my favorite of the 3 Beast mechs. It just, like, looks really cool, and, like, the concept of a lion that can transform its arms into guns is, like, very unique. Lion with a gun. Literally. Then a whole gold gem for its head. Right. I don't know if we have enough cores to finish the BFF 2000, but I'll try. Dun dun. This room is absolutely massive. Okay, there's a chest plate, but look, you need a ladder to actually get around. There's so many parts. There's so many parts. Oh, there's a jetpack that you normally almost never see. Like, Tyson Tan drew a whole backpack for the BFF 2000, even though you never see it. The detail and the dedication is absolutely breathtaking. You need, like, both of these require gold gems. The giant rabbit ears, which I love, and of course the faceplate. Yeah, you literally can't view all of the BFF 2000 without zooming out. Thank you for head pads, elusive terrain. So nice. Yeah, fists. And it only has 2 fists, but each fist has, like, different sprites for various poses. And I wanted to show them all off. Oh, I'm running low on cores. Those are all the knees and shins and thighs. No! I'm literally 6 cores short of completing the BFF 2000. So I'm gonna go to the Battlesphere and get more cores real quick.
Oh no, no.
Oh no! What's with all the giant robots showing up everywhere? It's like some kind of epidemic. Oh, that line has aged quite poorly. I apologize for that. Not that I'm complaining. I love drawing these guys. They really light a fire in my artist soul.
Oh no.
Okay. Battlesphere. Da 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 da. Okay. Yeah, you can just go to the second hub and then you can instantly jump into some stuff. Okay, let's do Army of One. Honestly, I think BattleBot Battle Royale might be the strat for collecting lots of cores very quickly. But I haven't finished Army of One yet, so I'm just gonna do that one. This is basically this very same one as BattleBot Battle Royale, but except you don't have your allies with you. Yeah, I think we already have enough cores now to finish the BFF 2000. And you don't have to worry about collecting them in the challenge, or taking time to pick them up, because they will magnetize and get drawn to you as soon as the challenge is complete. You have to be extra careful because your buddies aren't helping you this time. Alright, last round. Let's go!
We have a new record!
Alright, 24 cores. That is definitely enough. Oh, yeah, that's the reason that line aged poorly, is because he describes the giant robots as an epidemic. And as we all know, we went through one recently.
We have a new record!
My stones. We have a new record. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Your favorite places to grind cores and gems are Zowland and the Battlesphere challenge with the BFF 2000. Yeah, those are really good places to grind for them as well. Yeah, I love Nira's down attack, the one where she slams people with her ice staff. It's so satisfying to use. That's like half the reason she's my favorite character to play as. The other half is because I relate to her the most. And of course the fact that of the 4 playable characters, she's the one that I designed completely on my own. Let's go! BFF 2000! Da da da! Very impressive. Might as well take a photograph. Noi, bonne, bonne. Yeah, ice scoffs. Alright, let's do a few more. So let's see how far we can go. So this is for shell growth. So shell growth's exhibit is interesting because the boss is drawn from 3 different angles. And it's kind of cool how that looks in motion. Oh, there's the faces. Okay, I think that's it. Why don't we have a game about cute robot animals? Because you would buy it. Yeah, Tyson Tan's actually working on like either a webcomic or a graphic novel that involves, of course, robot animals in his style. It's called Electric Hearts. He hasn't started it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it. Da, da, da. So this is Weatherface. And I love how all the masks look, too. Like, each mask has front view, diagonal view, and sideways view. And if you pay attention when you're fighting one, their eyes will actually pulse like this. Da, 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 da. There's a deer. And the base. Da, 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 da. Now, originally, if we ran out of time to do it, but I would have loved to have like a button that you could press on either side, and it would cause the mask to spin. Okay, so this is Storm Slider. Not enough cores for that. I'll go through all the exhibits that are currently unlocked and donate crystals to ones that I see. Da, 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 da. Okay, here's 100 Drillion. Oh, we do have enough for one. that's the little body. Shrimpy. Okay, that was easy. Yeah, this was the only Well, other than Acrobell, this was the only boss that was not touched up by Tyson Tan design-wise. Do nice. Not enough. Da, da, da. Did I ever intend to make the crazy VR area in AV Museum explorable as a part of the gallery? I did not. I just imagined it as its own kind of like side thing. So Crabulon actually has an exhibit despite being bigger than the gallery itself. And the reasoning for that is that it's like a scale, it's imagined as a scale model. Okay, I think that's everything for now. So I'll do my best to get lots of cores in the Bakunawa stages. Dun, 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 dun. So many bosses. Were some of those scraped from the first game? Do you mean to say that some of the Freedom Planet 2 bosses, were they previously going to be in Freedom Planet 1 but cut? I don't think so. I don't think we use any unused bosses. Okay, Royal Palace, let's talk to Serpentine. You usually have a love-hate relationship with bats, especially in video games. However, Maria Note feels in the love category because of how she's adorable. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Bats. Yeah, bats can be adorable. They can be adorable sky puppies, or they can be actual demons. It all depends on how they're presented. Finish your business and be quick about it, lest you incur the wrath of the impatient General Serpentine. Okay, I'm ready to leave.
Enemies detected. Executing slaughter sequence number 2.
Belay that! These are our allies. For now.
Right. So is Syntax all fixed up to the ship now?
Ugh.
There. All done. Now
we leave right now.
Excellent! To Bakunawa! What the? What did you pack? Rocks?
Just brought a few potion materials to be on the safe side. And some lab equipment and safety equipment and...
Bah! Whatever! You're lucky I overcompensated for how heavy you lot are fourfold!
Rude assessment of our weight aside.
Engage!
As you
Serpentine has zero chill.
What the dog doing?
What's the dog doing?
battle analysis complete. Sensors confirm a code black compatibility of 91%.
Brilliant! Then I'm heading straight for the power core!
You mean you know how to get there? Right. Of course not.
And we're that little speck, that little star that flew by. Alright. This is it. We're in the end game now. Also, I've said this a few times before, but the shmup level is called Bakunawa Chase, and this level is called Bakunawa Rush. That is a deliberate callback to Sonic Adventure 2's Final Chase and Final Rush. This is it, Luigi! Let's go!
Spread out! We cannot allow Merga to trap us again.
Right.
And the stage drops you on top of a water shield, because initially there was going to be no oxygen in this part. But that was way too mean, because it's so easy to lose the shield. So we decided to just, like, have oxygen in this part for some reason. The explanation, I suppose, is that Bakunawa's environmental systems are, like, emitting oxygen backwards. We're getting close. Like, we haven't even boarded the ship yet. We're just trying to catch up to it, to the tail. Let's go! Also, hello. This is the part of the game where bosses start coming back as regular enemies. Ah, there's the Dragon Valley boss. You gotta be careful. And yeah, the background is the same. It's the same background. Oh, yeah, I like that part. Like, that's exactly the right time where the player is like getting really annoyed, starting to get annoyed at having to fight those bosses, and then Serpentine just wrecks him. Yeah, the background is the same as the background on the title screen. It's quite dramatic. Yeah, the main gimmick from this point onwards are these like pinballs that you can board. Nice. Oh, I want that. Ah! Okay, so we just have to keep going in this pinball so we can destroy this wall, and that will allow us to progress. Nice. Oh, I want that. So now I have to go up here. Alright, let's be careful. There we go. Now pinball flippers. In my final stage. Of the bad guys, there's only one of them that would be so silly as to add pinball flippers to a level. So it's kind of a hint as to who we're facing at the end of the stage. And of course, it's Ah. And the scoreboard in the background isn't for you, it's for him. Like, it even shows how much life he has left. E. Yeah, if you're very good at comboing damage with Lilac, this boss is pretty simple. Let's go! And it says game over in the background since he lost. Nice! Well, the name of this stage is quite appropriate. It was a rush. Oh my gosh. This game never ceases to amaze me. Ah, thank you. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, this boss is really good for practicing your guard ability. Yeah, his name works as a default name for a high score too. Yeah, it really does test your mastery of the guard ability. This is making you want to replay the game with the other characters. I highly recommend it. Like, the other characters are so different from each other that I feel like it's a fresh experience each time. Like, they all play like so differently from each other. It's really fascinating how much that kind of like increases the replay value. Highly recommend Mila. Yeah, like, Mila's really cool because her shield, like, absolutely destroys some bosses, and other bosses are more difficult as her. Ba, 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 ba.
Is everyone okay?
Roger, Roger. I am unable to contact Serpentine or Mila.
Sorry. I was just unpacking my things.
You do realize the urgency of our situation, correct?
Chill out, scary lady. Some of us need a pick-me-up.
Fine, but be quick.
Yeah, like, Nira has a really unique playstyle too. Like, she's the power type that has slower but stronger attacks. So, like, playing as her forces you to, like, just like Anne said, it forces you to gain a stronger respect for the stage geometry. Because you can use little tricks when you're moving around based on the geometry of the stage to, like, propel her forward at a higher speed. Okay. So the rest area is just like a little hub that you can use to rest your weary head if you need to. And Mila brought some of her things along. She even brought along the little Lilac and Carol plushie she had on her bed. Hi, welcome to El Laboratorio de Mila Mark III. We are going into battle, and you want my strongest potions. Or are my potions too powerful for you? Ponder. I hadn't heard of the Potion Master meme when Edwin wrote this, so I was wondering why everyone was freaking out. And then they showed me the video, and I'm hooked on it now. Okay, that's fine. The creature is gargantuan. We will have to split up to cover more ground. It's beautiful out there. Really makes you wonder what could have been. Would we have sailed the stars just like this? This place is huge. I think it's bigger than Brevins. Yeah, nice background view. This theme fits the small eye of the storm moment so well. Yeah, it does, Nat. I love that song so much. So we got really good use out of it in the end game. No, my potions are too strong for you. You can't handle them. Alright. Next stage, which is a boss-only stage. It's the refinery room. And we're fighting Escal and Ah at the same time. In one. And they have separate health bars. Depending on which one you defeat first, the boss will have a different final phase. I usually try to fight to defeat Escal first. He has more health, but I feel like the final phase with Ah as a survivor is a little bit easier to handle. Ow. Okay, he's down. Ah! Okay.
Gotta keep moving.
That was my first death during this whole session. Let's go! Yeah, that's a very chaotic fight. And it kind of reflects how Escal and Ah don't really work well together, like, personality-wise. Yeah, they're perfectly lined up vertically. Yeah, you usually see players target Ah first. Yeah, Ah's the easier target, and he has less health, so he's usually the first to go down. And they're perfect. They're positioned perfectly during the second phase, to where Niera can hit them both with her Tundra Ray. What's up?
Is this really what you wanted when you joined up with Merga? She's going to destroy the moon and leave everyone on the planet to die!
You think I don't know that? Of course I do. Thought I could stick by her until it all made sense again, but having Bakunawa eat the moon, that's just nuts! Merga was supposed to give a voice to us outsiders from all over the world. Instead, she's just gonna destroy everything.
I'm sympathetic to what you've gone through, but it looks like your big speech about me facing reality just backfired.
Yeah, I chose the wrong side, I admit it. But I don't want any part of this. You want to get slaughtered? You go right ahead. Merga's even more powerful now, and she's not in the mood for visitors.
Oh, Yomi! Welcome, welcome!
Another guy run off!
Hope you're doing well.
Just how long have you been standing there?
Oh, a while. Anna and I are friends now.
His name is... Ah.
Hey, friend. What's your name? See?
Well, I guess that's not the strangest thing I've heard today. Are you sure you can trust him?
I just want to see space and do awesome science. Science buddies!
Science buddies!
Hey, just keep him from building any more robots up here, all right?
You've been lurking, resting, enjoying it here? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Hope you enjoy the rest of your lurking, of course. Science buddies! Exactly. So now, after two stages that are quite fast-paced, we have a slower-paced stage, which is more labyrinthian, I suppose. Not to the extent of Ancestral Forge, but it does involve the keyfish. Okay. So the gimmick in this stage is that there's like 8 floors. And the goal of each floor is to get to the end of the room, grab the keyfish, and then bring it back to the elevator so you can advance to the next floor. and every floor mixes together to like it mixes together gimmicks and enemies from past stages in different combinations. Also, as a fun Easter egg for people who know their fonts, the font of the floor numbers is the Sonic Adventure 2 font, but of course, like heavily stylized. Okay, weather faces now appear as normal enemies. Most of the time, we can safely ignore them. But this one might be a problem on the return trip, so I'm getting rid of it now. Thank you for hunting pets, Joker. So nice. Okay, good. Also, something I highly recommend you do if your characters have voices and they have like voice clips for using certain attacks is I like to have a cooldown timer on the voice. So Alex said Cyclone there, but now she won't say Cyclone for like another 10 to 20 seconds. So you can continue to use Cyclone. And that way the line doesn't get stale. And in addition to that, I would recommend having multiple takes for each line that you can kind of like cycle between. It just adds a nice little bit of variety. Thank you for having a cooldown timer on the attacks. It gets so annoying in modern platformers when an attack name is called out every time. Yeah, I kind of get that feeling too, which is why I did it in the first place. I think it's a nice compromise so that we can still have voice lines that portray the personalities of the characters. Which is something I really like. You just have to be smart about it, you know? This is the ultimate. You know what they say, the more the merrier. Burn to the ground. I'll use your chaos control. Nice. Okay, skeletons are back. Fire shield. Okay, this way. Nice. In hindsight, this stage reminds you of a lot of endgame Klonoa stages, which is cool. Oh yeah, now that I've actually played Door to Phantom Isle and Lunatee's Veil. I get what you mean. Those were such fun games. I wish more Klonoa games would come out. Because I want to play more. So the gimmick behind this room is pretty interesting. You have those jaw dropper enemies that will like form spikes on the ground, but they persist. So that on the way back, if you haven't taken the time to destroy them all, you have a bit harder of a time running away from the snakes. No, thank you. Alright. Nice. So the gimmick of this room is that it's made up of lots of small single screen rooms. Nice. Alright, we got the fish. Fish. And of course, since we have the fish, the key blocks change the order that we have to tackle the rooms in. What's up? You love how this level works in some nice text for Bakunawa's purpose. Yeah, like with the Arboretum in the background. It kind of like drops some hints to what the ship's extended purpose was. Of course, just a random duality placed here. Nice. Now that we have this, we can go up here. And we can grab a fire shield. Which will render those flame mouth things and a bunch of the other enemies in this part harmless. Which makes the return trip a little bit easier. Yep. We're just immune to half the stuff here now. Lucasa64! Welcome! Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Alright, so this final room is just the rest area. Which I think it's a good place to put the rest area because we have the boss coming up now. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Aha! It's Corey.
Here comes the cavalry. Merga was pretty adamant nobody get past this point. So, unless you want a spanking, I'd say turn around and don't come back. Then it looks like we're going to do this the hard way.
Yeah, this is my favorite boss music in the game, too.
A bandit. Pucker factor 10.
Alright, so second phase. She breaks the platform, and then we fall all the way down. And we can do wall running on the way down, too. Yeah, kick the tires and light the fires. Yeah, she tries to crash into you and also shoot you. Nice. Oh, so close. One more hit. Let's go! Huzzah! It's always a fun fight. Yeah, this fight is the most, because it's cool vibe. Da, 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 da. Yeah, always love a good free fall fight, as long as, there's only like 1 or 2 per game. Yeah, I haven't played the first Rocket Knight. I've only played the second one on the Genesis and the Soul Super Nintendo one. Yeah, the background keeps scrolling. Like the impression is that like this part of the Bakunawa is rotating.
Corey.
So, this is super awkward. You can do what you want. I'm done. If you see Merga, tell her I quit.
Thanks, Corey. Let's go, Carol.
You guys go on ahead. My sister and I need to talk.
Aha! And you find out what they talk about when you play as Carol. Oh no, this stage. I would say that this is the hardest stage in the game. If you can beat this, then you can beat the game. Unless you're playing as Mila, because she wrecks the boss. So the main gimmick behind this stage is these teleporters, which shift you vertically in different directions. And there's one other gimmick that happens pretty shortly after we make some more progress. Also, I love the music in this stage. Like, Woofle just asked me one day, like, hey, do you just want me to, like, make this the most Sonic CD song possible? And I was like, yeah, let's go for it. Oh yeah, we did rebalance this stage several times since release to make it easier each time. And I think it's in a pretty good spot now. So this particular room right here really teaches you how to kind of like orient yourself with the teleporters. It can take like upwards of like 10 minutes if you're not used to it. But by the time it's done, you'll have the knowledge to get through the rest of the stage. Okay. It's not that. Okay, it's this way. So there are some light puzzle elements with the teleporters. Ah, Andrew, welcome. First time catching a stream? I'm doing well, thank you. Hope you are too.
Good evening, loathsome vermin. This ship is now under the command of General Serpentine. I hate to disappoint my former allies, but in light of my desire to leave this wretched planet, the moon harvesting will proceed as planned.
That's a relief. Now we don't have to play betrayal musical chairs. Super confused.
He still intends to blow up the moon. This is not an improvement.
Stick with the plan. We need to stop Bakunawa no matter who's in charge.
Of course, who could have expected Serpentine to betray the group? What a shocker. But yeah, Code Black is now active, which means that all of the enemies are souped up. Turrituses were these enemies are normally the easiest in the game, but now they just cake the floor in bombs. So now we go this way. Oh yeah, even the disappearing blocks still fallen victim to it.
Nani?
Oh, also Tidal Gates boss is back and has also fallen victim to Code Black. I highly recommend taking the time to actually destroy them in more open areas like this. Just so they don't keep bothering you. Nice. Ah! Okay. I have trauma from Mega Man games thinking that the spikes will kill me in one hit, but they don't. It's fine. Okay, moving along. Oh, that one. Okay. Nice. Purple ooze. And this part teaches you that the red teleporters usually bring you back, like, make you lose progress.
Get lost! I'm done with you already!
You honestly expect us to sit back and let you destroy our world?
Then enjoy your spectacular demise! Minions! Show them no mercy!
Come on. Yeah, extra life. Yeah, you can really schmoove in this level if you know where to go. Woo! Ow. Okay. Okay, I think I need to build up more speed down here. Yeah, I got this. Come on. There we go. I went through the wrong portal. Oh, also the drills are back from Magma Starscape. Depending on which rail you go on, you can end up in two completely different parts of the level. And I'm in the maze part. Oops. It's fine though. Okay, let's go over here. I want this. Okay. Dang it. This way? No, not this way. Maybe this way? There we go. Let's go!
War Dog! Sick 'em!
What? Are you talking to Mila?
Huh? Me?
Yes, you! Do you see any other traitors around here?
Well, honestly, I didn't think you'd make it this far.
Oh, what a surprise! Betrayed by the very pup I trusted to betray her friends. Ha! Too bad for you. I have prepared for every contingency. In this game of chess, I hold all the cards.
That's not how you...
This dog is a traitor to you by birthright. It doesn't matter if she refuses to fight for me. After all, we hail from the same planet. The homeland of the magnificent Lord Brevin!
Plot twist!
Brevin? Mila?
Of course! We even made a deal for her to go home in exchange for slaughtering the lot of you!
No! I mean, I guess it's true about me not being from this planet. And I'm not a traitor. I'm not a monster.
No, you're not. You're my friend, and you're wonderful.
I love how Lilac doesn't buy it for a minute.
Thank you.
Nothing's changed.
I'm with you, Serpentine, and that's final.
Four of a kind, checkmate! Syntax, resonance link!
Established. Please stand by.
No! Mila!
We need to stop that resonance link!
Alright, so we're fighting Titan armor again, but this time on foot. So we do not have the benefit of the BFF 2000. And it does play out differently than it does back there. Ow. Nice. So we destroyed the head. So now Serpentine is out in the open, so we can keep wailing on him. And it changes his attack. I don't think he does the missile swarm anymore. He just uses his guns. And that was a case where it was a really good thing that Tyson Tan draws the inside of every robot part, because it looks really good as is.
Impossible! This can't be! With the power of syntax, I should be invincible!
Yeah, get wrecked. Now give us Mila back.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, if... Like, this fight is a lot more dramatic when you play as Mila. Because instead of her getting captured, it's all of her friends. And also, all three of them are there to comfort her when Serpentine drops the reveal. And the first one to come to her defense is Nira, who herself has suffered from a lot of trust issues throughout the story. And I think that's really sweet. Small Glees, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, thank you for hydrate. I'll take sippy.
Curse you! Well, no matter. With Code Black installed, I can simply flood this chamber with my robots. Then we'll see who has the last No! No! What happened?
A bold move, General. But the will of Bakunawa has been restored. You have 10 seconds to leave.
Gotta go! But I had all the...
That felt good. That felt really good. Look out, world! There's a new Mila in town!
Okay, maybe new Mila could take it down a notch?
Oh, sure! No problem! And, thank you again for believing in me.
Yeah, Mila can have a little violence as a treat. Yeah, it's very cathartic, especially when you're playing as Mila. So, right, last stage, Lunar Cannon. So we're deep in the mouth of Bakunawa. I really love how the background looks. So this stage can be quite tense, especially later on when you'll see what happens. But the main gimmick is that there's these lights on the walls and floors. Touching them causes the entire surface to get electrified momentarily. So you want to avoid touching the walls. Under certain circumstances, it's the floors that become electrified instead. You just gotta be careful. And there's also these low gravity zones that are quite fun to get through when you use character abilities like the Dragon Boost. And her Dragon Boost like really makes you soar in those. And the background comes courtesy of Proto. Proto also did the background for Bakunawa Finale 3. I mean, Lunar, Inversion Dynamo. I keep thinking of them as their code names. They didn't have unique names at first, but we gave it to them later. And I think it was a good call. Yeah. Now Bakunawa closes and opens its mouth. Like, when we came up with that idea, the rest of the stage, like, the concept for it, like, really came together after that. Sometimes all it takes is one idea. But, like, we thought of that and we were like, oh my gosh, we have to do this. It sounds, like, so terrifying and awesome. Okay, the floor is electrified again. Yeah, we're fine if we're inside a cannon. In this part, we need cannons in order to carve a path forward. I gotta watch out for the cruise missiles. And I love the glow effect too when it's dark. We had a different method of doing it at first that really lagged the game for a lot of people, but we figured out a solution. Which I'm quite happy about because I would hate to give it up. Alright. Boss time. It's one of those bosses where you see it from the boss's point of view. And she even has her own HUD. Just keep attacking the crystal, you'll be fine. Nothing else matters. Other than avoiding the actual, like, planet-destroying laser that will one-shot you. And the laser comes from the crystal, so make sure you run away from it when that's happening. And like this boss fight, it doesn't have music; it just has the heartbeat. Because I found that you couldn't even hear any music because of all the audio that was going on with the laser blasts and everything. But I think the heartbeat fits. Let's go! Huzzah! I love how Merga is animated in this fight. Props to Dusky for actually handling like the animations and stuff. They did such an awesome job. Oh my gosh, I'm so proud of them.
Stay classy.
Yeah, it does mean that we basically neutralized Bakunawa as a threat, so all that's left is facing Merga. What inspired you to do this point of view type of fight? I think it was because I think like the first Ape Escape has this kind of fight in it where you see it from the boss's point of view. So that was kind of my inspiration. But I know that there's a boss like it in Battletoads as well, and also one of the TMNT arcade games. Alright. All that's left is the final boss. And all of Gunstar's final level? Yeah, that's true too. Alright. It's time.
Merga! You should have run.
Let there be no more death today, Merga. This planet should not have to suffer for the sins of my people.
Hollow words from a boy who grew up in a palace built on those sins.
I know that the Earth Dragons, my people, had enslaved your own. I know of the accidental test fire of Bakunawa's mining laser, killing thousands of water dragons in the blink of an eye. All these events and more were excised from history by Earth Dragon hands. I apologize for my complicity through ignorance.
You think that a mere apology can erase our suffering?
No. And that is why I intend to bring this secret history to light. Tell the world what really happened, and venerate the Water Dragon's struggle against my people's tyranny. Everyone will know what the Earth Dragons have done. Please, let this world live.
To be remembered as slaves who rebelled against their masters and lost? Or the monsters that killed the world? What choice do I really have as the one final breath of the Water Dragons?
Wait, you don't have to...
Merga, no! Stop this! We are the last to suffer under the yoke of the Earth Dragons. This ends here.
Oh, so good. I love when Merga starts laughing, too.
Your suffering will be a masterpiece.
Oh, it certainly was when we were making her. So it is a multi-phase fight. She has forms based on the phases of the moon, starting with Blue Moon, which is the water phase. You just gotta be careful about the mines. Make sure you space yourself between them. Try not to be too aggressive. Like, you have to pay attention to where the mines are positioned. And while she's summoning the waterfalls, that's the best opportunity to hit her. Yuppie! We're on the final boss! Welcome, Yuppie Raiders!
Blood Moon!
I'm Spacey Battlesphere, I'm a Gadgeteer Bat, and I'm the producer of this game. I've been playing through it in like 2 separate streams, and this is the 3rd one. Alright, so this one, it's not too bad. I think it's the easiest of the phases. There's a safe spot right here for the when the lava columns happen. Yeah, when she's doing the 4-way flamethrower, it can be a bit tricky if you're not playing as Lilac, but we have the Dragon Boost, so it doesn't matter. Alright, there we go. 2nd phase down.
Silver Moon!
Now, this one is all about positioning. You want to goad her into firing the swords vertically. Not like that. Not like that. When it's horizontal, they're a lot trickier to deal with. But eventually she does charge up this cannon. Another good opportunity to get some Dragon Boost damage in. Just be careful about where the laser is when it fires, because it can do some damage. Let's go!
Eclipse.
Alright. This one's quite tricky. Like, you gotta pay attention to, like, the pattern that she uses when she's swiping her swords. She'll generally follow up a forward swipe with a jumping diagonal one. And occasionally she'll turn invisible and clones will appear. It's very subtle, but you can tell which one is actually her. Like, by the way that it waves. Eventually she will do this. Make sure you get all the way up! Oh, that's close. And you gotta be careful if she uses that attack again, she will not scream. So you have to pay attention to like when there's an uncomfortable amount of silence. And that's how you know that she's charging it up again. Like that, no! Oh, oh that hurt. Nice! Let's go. Whoopsie. That was a glitch. Whatever. Alright, Lilith. Last armor. This one's more defensive. She has a ring of flowers. Sometimes they will drop petals for you if you're low on health. And she also tries to suck you into the tornado so that the flowers do more damage. Like when she has her guard up, doing enough damage will make her break the guard, and then you have the opportunity to get more hits in. Like that. And then she also has a vine attack. Let's go! We're not done though, there's one more. It's her unarmored form from Palace Courtyard.
It's not over yet!
And now we have to do it for real. Look! Oh, so good. Just like in that fight, she will charge up. And it feels so satisfying fighting her as Lilac in this part too, because you're both dragon boosting all over the place. Alright, halfway down. Now she does this. She's completely invulnerable, all you can do is wait. For now. But once she's in the center of the arena, you can do, or like this, you can do chip damage, but her defense is raised while she's glowing like this. But it's still an opportunity for getting a little bit of damage in. Come on! Let's go! Woo! Yes! Ah!
I wanted to believe! I wanted to see you for what Battle Dragons were meant to be! But our past, our history...
Yes!
Success! My stones! We have a new record!
Also,
exclamation mark.
Dawn's performance in this scene gives me goosebumps. Oh my gosh.
We make, the love we share, and the world we leave behind. That's who we are. Who we can be. But only if we decide.
No! The Earth Dragons must suffer! The Water Dragons will have justice! I will have my revenge!
Oh. But we got all the time capsules, so it's not over.
Hello again, love. I pray that you'll hear these words somehow, because I know that this isn't all we'd hoped for, and I'm so sorry. Marie, I wish I could be there with you right now. We had... But I hope that no matter what happens, you'll find your own happiness.
No, there has to be more. There has to be something else. Play it again! Bring her back! Bring her back! Please. Please, I just want to see her one more time. Please.
Merga, all of this? Is this what she would have wanted for you? Syntax! I thought we blasted her off the ship along with Serpentine!
Code Black, version 2 initiated. Termination protocols initiated. Mood harvesting to commence as scheduled.
Something's coming this way! How many times are we gonna have to save the moon before it stays saved?
Keep up your spirits, Wildcat. Let us put a stop to this.
Go. I won't resist. I have much to think about.
Whew. So much emotion in that scene. Oh my gosh. Dawn and Morgan, they knocked it out of the park. But yes, if you have all the time capsules, you get to play one more stage, which is Weapons Core. And we went full horror with this. As you'll see. It's the stress slat level. It kind of shows what Syntax is really capable of. The main gimmick in this stage is that if you linger around long enough, Syntax will spot you. And then a stealth meter appears that shows how angry she is. And if it gets full, then you're dead instantly. Yeah, there it is. In the earliest versions, there was no stealth meter, and people got confused about how they were instantly dying randomly. But we adjusted that so it's more clear. And the gimmicks in this stage between disappearing blocks and the circuit puzzles from Lightning Tower are deliberately designed to waste your time, so that you're more likely to get caught by her. But there's a bit of reprieve in these boxes and any foreground objects that you hide behind, then she won't see you. You gotta be careful not to get caught in those. This provides an interesting new context for the disappearing blocks that wasn't present in the other stages. Now, there's a really good reason why we don't want to get caught in them. Every time she says something to us, her threat level increases and the meter goes up faster. And we also adjusted the way that the circuits work to where when you're inside them, they move faster. So that makes it easier to get a move on. So you're not spending time like waiting for the circuits to reach their intended target. Okay, so this is the first of two big I guess puzzly rooms. Not really puzzles, but mostly just like keeping up with the circuit. And they also slow down after a while so that you can catch up to them easier. Oh, thank you. You knocked that forward for me. Okay, I think this is the last big, puzzle area coming up. Yeah. Final room. Let's get this up here first. Now, take it slow. Know when to run for cover, because there are places you can hide behind in this room. Oh, shoot. I didn't open this door. I gotta do that first. Because, hiding behind cover will reset the meter over time. Okay, good. So now we got this open. Also, do take the time to destroy the enemies in this place, because it will make your life easier. And they don't respawn, so... Okay, now we can go down here. Shoo! Alright. We did it! Yeah, in the very first version, there was no cover in that final room. So it was kind of brutal. Because the main thing is that I didn't want the stage itself to be the main challenge. I wanted the boss to be the main challenge. So we progressively made it easier over time. It's still quite tough, but not unreasonably so. Alright, the true final boss. This one is quite difficult. And yes, this dashing attack here is a throwback to Brevin. She is Brevin's creation after all. Oh yeah, you want to move out of the way of that. That will kill you in one hit, just like it can in the actual stage, if you get caught. Also, it can heal to full health. But don't worry, it won't have that power forever. So, just keep attacking it. Also, your buddies will come in to assist every now and then. I have to stop dragon boosting to avoid that because I get held in place for half a second while it's charging.
Guys, I don't think this is working. The creature is regenerating faster than we can damage it.
We need to overload the system. Hit it as hard as you can. That worked.
Let's go.
Merga? I started this. It's only right that I end it as well.
All right, girls, let's finish this.
All right, let's do this. I really wanted to add Merga as an assist, but we also ran out of time, and we couldn't really figure out what to do with it. But I think we have an idea. We might be able to at some point. Oh, also this part. Brevin hologram. I have been killed by him in an uncomfortable amount of times. Because she usually uses that attack when you're already low on health.
I won't lose.
This is it, Luigi. No. You want to stay... Like, the abilities that you have in this game compared to the first Freedom Planet means his knife attack isn't as much of a threat. Plus the fact that it's not the real Brevin, so it doesn't do as much damage. But still, it's very scary when you're low on health like this. No.
I won't let Cyclone.
Let's go! Woo! Ta-da!
Central Command Core offline. Engines offline. Escape pods offline. Distress beacon active. Planetary command.
Game over, Game over, My stones! We have a new record!
Be careful.
Ba-ba.
Merga, move!
There's no point. Leave me.
No!
Thanks,
Come
everyone.
with us. We'll find a point. Just don't.
Game over,
No! Lilac!
I've got you.
Game over,
Phew! Game over, yeah! Terrasonic Elon, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. We just beat the game. Phew. Yeah, what a boss fight. It took like 5 of us,
By the
I
collective
think.
efforts of our 3 kingdoms,
Between the coding and the graphics and the music.
has come to an end. Yet as the moon we defended so passionately fades into the horizon, I cannot help but dwell on the unsettling truth that has been revealed to us. What is punishment enough for conspiracy to silence an entire
I'll steal
world?
it! No one will
No one will ever know!
Lead to peaceful resolution, or will it buckle under the weight of those unwilling to change?
Of course, Maria Note is there to interview them.
Perhaps there is no perfect answer. Nevertheless, I feel it is my duty to pursue an outcome that I believe would break the cycle of conflict that has consumed our world for generations. The atrocities of our past should never be forgotten, but neither should they be repeated.
Yeah, poor Lilac.
Where... Shang-Tu?
Yeah, by this point, everyone knows that Lilac, Carol, and Mila saved the world.
Under regular circumstances, our laws would pronounce your deeds to be acts of war, and in the former sergeant's case, treason. Such crimes would be punishable by life in prison, or even death. However, these are not regular circumstances. In light of certain...
For the first time around, everyone assumed that Gong saved the world because they couldn't believe that a group of little girls were able to defeat Brevin.
4 of you to 6 months of community service. You will remain in Shang-Tu for the duration of your sentence, to clean up the mess caused by your callous disregard for our property.
And you'd better do a good job. Those fossils in the museum ain't gonna rebuild themselves, you know.
As you wish. Captain Kalau will do as the Hammer of Justice wills.
Well, on the bright side, I guess you get to see me more often, sis.
Yeah,
As for your
right side.
ringleader, we have found neither hide nor tail of Merga in Bakunao's wreckage. We would have offered her clemency in the same manner as you, but I strongly suspect she would not have cared for an Earth Dragon's ruling. And now I declare this ruling to be concluded. General Gong will hand out your assignments. Nira, may I have a
Thank you for
private
hand
word with you and
pads.
your friends?
So nice.
So she's still out there, alone.
How fares Sash
Wah.
Lilac?
She hasn't woken up yet. She's strong, though, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's up and about in a day or so.
That is good to hear. And thank you, all of you. Once again, the day is saved thanks to your efforts.
Pshaw, saving the world, no worries. Well, actually, Scary Lady here was new to all this, but...
So usually, you don't see cutscenes that don't have your currently chosen character present, but we wanted to make an exception here.
Even picked up a sense of humor.
There is something else. Now that we are aware of the full facts behind my people's rule and abuse of power, it would be disgraceful to continue as if nothing has changed. Which is why I am stepping down as the leader of Shang-Tu.
What? No, Magister, you can't!
I must. If change is to happen, then it has to come from within. We will take a page from our neighboring city and appoint a new leader through free elections. In the meantime, a regent must be appointed to oversee the proceedings are fair and just. I was hoping that you would fulfill that role, Mira.
Me?
What?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Who's the most honorable person we know who'd protect and defend Shang-Tu at all costs? Yeah, and we have the freeze burns and jail time to prove it. Seriously, though, innocent until proven guilty next time.
I would be honored, but Surely there are others just as loyal.
Perhaps. But none of them have battled a water dragon centurion on a spaceship that was about to eat the moon. That is both a rare sentence and achievement.
In that case, it would be my honor to accept this duty. I will not fail our people, nor leave our lands undefended.
Excellent. Then I pronounce you Regent Nira Lee of Shangtu.
Woo! Congratulations, Lady Nira! Yeah, major congrats, Scary Lady. I mean, Regent Scary Lady.
Thank you. But what will you do now, Magister?
There is still so much history lost or hidden away by the Earth Dragons. My intention is to roam the world of Avlis, to try and document what remnants may remain.
Promotion!
But for now, get some rest, and I shall prepare what duties lie ahead of you as Regent.
Hey, sure you should be moving around so much? Where are you going?
I heard that they never found Merga, so that's what I'm going to do. I think she deserves to know that someone's thinking of her and make sure she's okay.
Same old Lilac. Can't you be little Miss Hero Pants some other time?
Not a chance. Besides, this might be my only chance to find out more about the water dragons. Maybe even something about my parents.
Cool. I gotta stay and make sure my sister does all right. Mila and Scary Lady have got their own things going on too. You gonna be okay by yourself?
Of course. Even a falling spaceship isn't enough to stop a dragon.
Fair enough. Catch you later, Lilac.
Aww.
Catch you later, Carol.
I love that hug. I'm so glad I commissioned it. Oh, wow! I completed the game with a total best stage time of less than 4 hours. But yeah, that's Free and Plan 2. That's our game. Thank you all so much for watching. Steffi! Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. Lago gets. Oh, Lago gets. The only thing you don't like about this game is that it ends? Yeah. I mean, it is a pretty big game. I think that's the reason it's so large, is because I didn't want it to end. But, yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Thanks for making the game. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who helped bring our characters to life, including this wonderful voice cast. And an extra special thank you to Alejandro Saab, aka Sayu, for acting as voice director. Awesome job. I couldn't have been happier with your work. Yeah, Igor Crow is voiced by Christopher Guerrero. And of course, Spade, Sean Chiplock. And we got extra people to help with the Battlesphere audience. That was a fun session. They were just in there and cheering for Captain Clow. Yeah. And I voiced the Bird Guard, of course, and Nosalak. And my friend Pixie also voiced Acrobel, and she also drew that boss. Oh yeah, I heard there's a really cool mod called Potion Seller for this game. I could try it out with a different character. Honestly, don't know how you're gonna follow up this one, Spacey. Oh yeah, Mike, I don't know how we're gonna follow it up either. Like... I've thought about the possibility that Free and Planet 2 would be like the single biggest game that I'll ever work on for the rest of my life. If it is, then honestly I would be content with that. And of course, if we make something even bigger someday with a much larger team, then I would be thrilled about that as well. I just like making games and like telling like really cool like Saturday morning cartoon style stories through them. As long as I get to keep doing that, then I'm happy. Thank you, everybody. And now, of course, after all the credits, it shows like your rankings for all the stages. This is great. Cool Cat, thank you so much. Also, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Sure you learned a lot making this game too? Oh, I absolutely did. you gotta remember that this game took 7 years to make. Like, not only have I learned more about how to make games, but I've learned more about life in general, and I've learned how to be true to myself in the interim. Especially after like the middle of development, which was like a low point for me. Like between like self-esteem issues I was dealing with, as well as the pandemic. But then a certain coming out happened, and that kind of like rejuvenated my passion for not just game development, but for like living life, you know? So even though the process of making this game was so taxing and it cost me so much, I got so much in return.
I'm really proud of the growth you and the team have had throughout the course of this game being made.
Yeah, me too, Beth. Like, seeing like all the other like team members, like the voice actors and the artists and stuff, like of course eventually they had to move on to other projects. But like seeing their growth just from after the years following they're helping us with this game has been like such an honor. Whatever the next project will be, you're always looking forward to new stuff from me. Thank you. Yeah, I want to learn how to make smaller projects. And that's kind of the reason why, you know, I've been making a little project on the side and having those dev streams. Because I think it's a nice way to like, kind of like teach myself how to like pace myself a little better, I suppose. But yeah, all time capsules, and we beat the whole game in under 3.5 hours. Like, file time doesn't really matter. Thank you for this masterpiece. Thank you. Consider yourself very lucky to be a part of this great community. Thank you all. And thank you so much for helping form such a great community together. Yeah, smaller, more replayable projects, I suppose. Thank you all. You love this game. Yeah, I'd love to do another Freedom Planet someday, but we'll see. If nothing else, then I would want to like maybe do like an expand like a sizable expansion for Freedom Planet 2 just to wrap up the story bits. Thanks again for making such cool stuff. Thank you. Huzzah!
New entry.
Oh wait, one more.
Again, love. It's me, Cordelia. I'm praying you'll hear these words somehow.
Thank you so much for making such a wonderful and amazing game. The weight of your team's effort was more than worth it.
Thank you, Health Sword.
So sorry. What happened to the water dragons was a travesty, and the passage of time has not been kind to their memory. I wish I could be there with you right now. We had so much ahead of us. But I hope that no matter what happens, you'll find your own happiness. And who knows, perhaps we'll even be together again. Someday. But for now, my work isn't over. Not yet. End entry.
She's not dead? Question mark? What does that all mean? Someday we'll find out. Someday. Alright, let me hop over to the chat screen. Well.
NANI?
Ba 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 ba. I'll just play out first. This was a wonderful playthrough. Thanks everyone. Anything I can share about the final cutscene with Cordelia? Most people assume that she has a lifespan that is long enough to like survive that whole time. I will say that probably isn't correct. But that's all I'll say. Thank you so much for making the game. Emotionally charged comments aside, you can only wonder what lies ahead. Okay, just remember, the Magister isn't real. He can't hurt you. But it's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I can only wonder what lies ahead as well. Yuho has been a fan since the first Free Implant and loved Free Implant 2 and really wants Free Implant 3. I'm so glad to hear that you're a fan of the series and you have been since the beginning. As exciting and scary as the future may seem, let's not forget to enjoy this game, this moment right now. Yeah. The best part... excuse me, let me take a sippy. Well... The best part about working on such wonderful projects like this is that they'll be around for many, 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 many years to come. Like, just the fact that I can go back to the original Free Implant and play it like I did last month, and it still holds up today. It's just kind of like a really wonderful moment etched in time. And like, that's a really good feeling. Just like the possibility that your work will carry on through the generations, potentially. Well, thank you for your hard work. Your passion is inspiring. I hope whatever's next for you goes great with a lot of success. Thank you so much, Terasani. Also, welcome. Yeah, there is cut dialogue from Merga where she went more in depth after her breakdown during the true ending. She went more in depth about the circumstances of Cordelia's death. I didn't feel like it helped the pacing of that particular scene. Also, it would have required, if I had implemented it, I really would have wanted to add some flashback images to accompany it, or else I thought I would lose its impact. So in the end, I feel like I wasn't able to bring to fruition like that specific dialogue in the way that I would have wanted it to be. But maybe someday it can be reused for something, I don't know. As someone who's still sort of new to the Free Implant series, like 7 months, it counts as new. Your game truly does hold up enough to reach through more generations. I'm so happy to hear that. Just really want to see those two happy together. Yeah. That would only take like 10 more unique sprites of characters that we only see once. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, like, I think the most likely route for us to be able to actually finish the story would be through an expansion for Free Implant 2 rather than like a whole Free Implant 3, but we'll see. And like, a part of me is like very worried about what my mindset would be working on a game like that. Like wrapping up all of the story beats that we started so long ago. It would be like quite emotional for me. Just to kind of like wrap up a nice little bow on the story that I've been telling for well over a decade. But I feel like it needs to be done at some point. Even if it's not done by me specifically. And also, in terms of Nira becoming Regent, I have an idea about how that might play out. If the story were to continue. This is not concrete, don't take my word for it yet, it might change later on, but like I feel like right off the bat she would want Gong to succeed the Magister, so as Regent she would try and do everything in her power to get him elected, but there would be two obstacles that she would face. One is that he initially does not want the job because he deals with constant self-confidence issues, and it stems from everyone taking credit. Everyone giving him credit for defeating Lord Brevin. So that kind of like created a whole bunch of like really huge expectations that he felt like he couldn't live up to. And you kind of see that a little bit after the palace attack, is that he feels like inadequate because he feels like he constantly fails his kingdom. So that would be a whole thing that she would need to help him with. And then like the other thing is that like I think maybe like the people who actually are interested in being elected would be like very unsavory compared to Gong. And she doesn't want Shang Tu to suffer from the same kind of corruption that Shang Mu does with Mayor Zhao. So that would be quite the conundrum. But like she learns pretty early on that is the sort of job that she would not want to have. Like she feels like she needs to be out there on the front lines, like actively defending the kingdom. And as the new Magister, she would not be able to do that. It might be fun to experiment with like multiple conclusions to her story based on what the player personally decides to do. Visual novel, you know we all need. You want to romance me yourself? It might be fun to like loan the license out for the Freedom Planet series to other developers and see like different games featuring different like side characters. Once Freedom Planet 3 comes out, you can count on us to play it day one. We'll of course cheer you on while you're making it. Thank you, Pete. Zhao tries to rule both kingdoms. You know, that's a cool idea. He like just imagine him actually running for election as Shang Tu's Magister, and everyone's just like, "Why are you doing this? You have your own city to run. I could run I could rule 2 kingdoms." Well, it does feel kind of odd if she would try to push Gong towards a job he doesn't want to escape a job she doesn't want. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like I said, it's just like idle thinking on my part. I'm thinking about different ways that it could go down. Zhao would totally try it. BRB writing this fanfic? Oh, but by all means. You know, I have to read fanfiction sometime of this series. I'm quite curious. I'll have to peruse and see what the recommendations are for the best ones. Maybe do like a read along on stream someday in the future. I don't know. Imagine Eggman, but not a villain. That's Mayor Zhao for you. Yeah, it is. That's a good comparison. The only thing is that Mayor Zhao doesn't actually like to get his hands dirty. So he would not be like Eggman and actually pilot the robots. He would just send them out to do his dirty work. If you're actually going to read them, you might as well try writing one. Oh, go for it. Would Carol become the next Battlesphere champion? I don't know, maybe. I mean, apparently people love Captain Clow again because they actually bought his story. Well, if you did fanfic readings on stream, you'd probably make some of the writers burst into flame on the spot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel like maybe like to kind of avoid any like misunderstandings, maybe I could like, when I'm ready to do it, maybe I could like make a submission form and then writers would have to actively like send in their stories. And then I could just like pick like 2 or 3 of the best ones. Or just 2 or 3 random ones if they're all good. Yeah, like, and that is true, Nat. In the original Freedom Planet, like, Mila had magic powers for no discernible reason. Whereas in Freedom Planet 2, we finally gave her a reason for having those powers, and it's the most tragic reason imaginable. Very interesting how that works out. Oh, you did concepts for what other war dogs could look like? Yeah, like, I imagine they would have a variety of looks, just like dogs do in real life. I think like the only common denominator is that they would have like those glowy like tattoos somewhere on their body, like the arrows that Mila has on her ears. Get some voice actors back, make it a charity event. That would be so awesome. Yeah, I should ask around at some point. And I mean, like someday, if we do like continue the story, I definitely would want to have the same voice cast if at all possible. because it just warms my heart being able to like have the voice actors reprise their roles between games. Oh, I say tattoos. Maybe they're not tattoos. I don't know. Devices, some sort of indication. In FP1, Carol had some unused voice lines alluded to her older sister. I think it would have been referring to Corey. Just have Edwin voice everyone? That is also a possibility. Now you're imagining Mila as a leather jacket rebel. Dun, dun, dun. You feel like your voice wouldn't match the character you'd be assigned? Honestly, that was a fear for me when, before I started VTubing as Spacey Bartlatelli. I didn't feel like my voice would match the character, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job so far. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you never know until you actually try it. Bum, bum, bum. Edwin version DLC. Oh my gosh. You're doing a great job, thank you. Yeah, like I'm still really self-conscious about my voice. Like there are times where I feel like I don't have a voice that is as cute or pretty as other girls, but at the end of the day, I can't be anyone else except me. So I try not to worry about it. Your voice is great. Thank you. Edwin version would be a great replacement for bloopers. Oh yeah, it would. Voice is super cute. Oh, thank you everybody. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. You're a bit on the monotone side? Yeah, I was for a really long time. Like if I look back at my very first Twitch stream, which is, it doesn't have a VOD anymore, but it was for like a developer like interview, I suppose, like a Q&A. I look at, like, I have like a couple clips of that and like my voice sounds so different. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot that I made that. I did have a, I made a really weird Sonic fan game back in the day. It was basically Sonic, but it controlled more like a Mario game. It's kind of weird. But yeah, I don't really think about my old projects prior to the original Freedom Planet because I cringe really hard when I do. That is why the stretch goal for me actually playing them is so high. I think it's at like 400 subs or something because I really don't want it to be reached. Yeah, it is funny how things change. You get self-conscious about your streams really often, which is why you don't really do voice chat or voice on stream much anymore. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I kind of feel the same way sometimes, but you know, I can't let that stop me from pursuing my dreams and my passions. So I'm just gonna deal with it whenever I get those feelings. Who wouldn't cringe at their old past stuff? Yeah, that is a mood, a very big mood. Yeah, we all have a hard time going back to our old work sometimes. And I mean, I didn't even play Freedom Planet 1 for like 7 years because I was worried I would feel the same way about it despite all the heart and passion we put into it. But of course, I played it last month for the first time in 7 years and I'm pleasantly surprised. The curse is broken. Something that I made a long time ago that I'm actually still very proud of. So I think there's nowhere to go but up in terms of those feelings. Glad you were able to enjoy it. Thank you. Also, I just noticed it's past time for me to feed the puppies, so I'll go ahead and do that. And we can go ahead and raid somebody as well. Let's see. Who's online? Who's online? Let's see. Who haven't I raided in a while is the question. Let's raid Odyssey Eurobeat. Like for those who aren't familiar with her, she's like a Eurobeat composer who has composed for like a variety of things. She's really fun to hang out with. And I really love her style of music. Oh my gosh. Okay, how do you spell this? Odyssey Eurobeat. Alright, cool. So, thank you all so much for joining me, reminiscing on Freedom Plant 2. I definitely would like to play it again as a different character, maybe with that cool fan-made potion seller mod. And I will be back on Thursday, and I'll be playing a really cool-looking Mega Man fan game. And then on Friday, I will also be streaming. I'm going to be streaming F-Zero GX. Followed by later that night, Friday night, I will be part of a game show by my good friend Aki, who is also known as Orange is Borange. I'm really excited about that. I'm looking forward to it. So, thank you all so much. That's a wrap. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.